Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. And it's T20 World Cup time. It's Australia versus New Zealand tonight from the SCG, and it's going to be an exciting match of cricket to kick off this Super 12 stage of the T20 World Cup for 2022. It's Australia versus New Zealand, the Trans-Tasman rivals doing battle again in a T20 World Cup, rematch of last year's final in the UAE in 2021. After the first round qualification in this T20 World Cup, we can finally begin with the serious part of this tournament, and that's the Super 12 stage, to see who will be the top four teams to go through to the semi-finals, the all-important semi-finals to eventually win this tournament. And thanks for joining us once again, everyone, and it's sure to be an exciting match this evening. And it's going to be an exciting T20 World Cup. The Dibbly-Dobbly podcast has you covered for this year's T20 World Cup in Australia. And thanks for joining us once again, everyone. And it's always a pleasure doing these live streams and watch-alongs and interacting with people from all parts of the world in the cricketing world. So it's great to do that. We've got a few moments before the match has started, but we've started a bit earlier this evening, and we're just going to talk about both teams, have a bit of a preview on how both teams will go about tonight's match. It's sure to be an interesting match, that's for sure. And, both teams will be looking to get the first points on the board in this T20 World Cup this year. So it's sure to be an interesting tournament. It's going to be exciting. And it's really going to be an exciting T20 World Cup, that's for sure. So I can't wait. I'm sure everyone can't wait for this tournament to begin properly. We've had an amazing start to this T20 World Cup thus far. The first round has been very good to decide who will be the four teams to go through to the Super 12 stage. We know Sri Lanka, the Netherlands, Ireland, and Zimbabwe are through to the Super 12 stage, which is fantastic and great to see them qualifying for the tournament. So as we wait, let's hope the weather is good in Sydney. Apparently, we've had some thunderstorms and we had some terrible rain over the last few weeks here in Australia. Let's hope the rain stays away and we can get a game of cricket in this evening. Obviously, we'll be looking forward to having a full game of cricket in this evening if we can. So we're not far away from starting. We're not far away from this the start of this T20 World Cup to begin. And as I said, we're gonna do a bit of a preview, talk about both teams before the start. We're not far away from starting, but thanks for everyone for joining us. Grab your popcorn or something that you like to snack on and sit back and enjoy the ride and enjoy tonight's game of cricket. Let's hope the rain does not spoil the party this evening. But a reminder for everyone, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you subscribe to the podcast. It really does help support the channel. And obviously, enjoy what we're doing on the podcast. It's great fun that we're doing. So we're moments away from starting, not far away. We'll get to your question, Bharat. Thanks for joining us. How much will Warner score today? Well, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Well, hopefully for Australia, he scores some runs. He's going to need it today, David Warner. Let's hope he can score some runs and hopefully get Australia off to a good start in the run, in either batting first or in the run chase, depending how Australia win the toss this evening. But let's see what they can do. It's no doubt going to be an interesting sort of thing with David Warner this evening. Let's see what he can do. So Aaron Finch would be interesting to see how he goes as well. So we're not far away from this T20 World Cup starting. And thanks everyone for joining us. Before we start tonight, let's just have a bit of a preview, a bit of a discussion about how both teams will go today in terms of how they shape up for this match. Daria, Bharat says he is my captain today alongside Hazelwood as vice captain. Is he? Well, a reminder for everyone, you can join our fantasy league. That's the link there. You can join our fantasy league for this T20 World Cup. Make sure you join and join our fantasy league for this T20 World Cup. It's sure to be an exciting T20 World Cup in terms of fantasy. Come along, have some fun. See if you can top the group or top the league. That's our link there to our fantasy league. You can copy that and join our league. So the link of the fantasy leagues in the chat for those who want to copy it and join us there. You'd be much welcome to do that. Now then, tonight's game. Let's talk about tonight's game. Let's preview tonight's game, and it's going to be an interesting game tonight. Very important game for both sides as we talk about Australia and New Zealand. Let's talk about both teams and let's have a bit of a preview and a talk about how both teams will go. So let's have a look at Australia's squad for this T20 World Cup as we have a look there. Australia's squad, Captain Aaron Finch. They've won one ICC T20 World Cup title. That was back in 2021. And last year, they were the champions, of course, in the UAE. The squad's a pretty good squad. We know about Josh Inglis. Apparently, he's been ruled out due to that injury that he picked up a few days ago. So Cameron Green gets his opportunity. A lot of people were calling for Cameron Green to be in the side, and Australia have selected him, which is pretty good. It's a pretty strong squad Australia have selected. Question marks over their batting, the top order. How will that go in this tournament? The deaf bowling. There's a lot of areas that they need to fix up on. But pretty sure once we start tonight, I think they'll be on song and hopefully win tonight's game if they can to kick off the title defence quite well. So Australia's squad, pretty good. Cameron Green coming in for Josh Inglis. The only risk that Australia have with this squad with bringing Cameron Green in is they don't have a backup wicketkeeper. So that's the question mark there for Australia. But for Australia, they've gone in with Cameron Green, and I think at the end of the day, I think that's the right decision that they've made, obviously. But I don't think Cameron Green will get much of an opportunity this evening or during this tournament. Let's have a look at New Zealand and their squad for this T20 World Cup. Their captain is Kane Williamson. They haven't won a T20 World Cup as yet. Last year, they finished up runners-up in 2021 in the final. New Zealand, interesting squad for them. Can they go on and win this tournament? Well, you can never write off New Zealand. I don't think they'll be in the top four. I sort of went with Australia, England, India, and Pakistan myself. Obviously, to go into the top four in this T20 World Cup, but the squad that they've selected is a pretty good squad. Will it be strong enough to win? We shall see what happens tonight. So we're moments away from starting. Both teams are ready for the national anthems, and both teams are ready. So as we progress throughout the evening, we'll come in with some stats and some analysis on both teams and how both teams go against each other in T20 internationals. But good news, the rain has stayed away. The rain has cleared for the time being, and both teams are singing the national anthems as we speak. And we're about to get this first game of the Super 12 stage underway between Australia and New Zealand from the SCG. And as I said, throughout the evening, we'll be coming back with the stats and looking at all the different stats between the two countries, even stats at the SCG. Quite interesting to read up the stats about T20 cricket here at the SCG. What's a good score? Highest run chase here. So all that we'll be going through this evening during this watch-along. But both teams are raring to go. Both teams are singing the national anthems. And we're moments away from starting this match. Now, I'm not sure who won the toss. I'll check that. We've already had the toss, so I'll check that and we'll get the teams up for everyone so you know what's going on. Answer some questions as well. Guraf, hello. I know you from Cricket for Americans. Yes, hello, Graf. Great to see you. Welcome. It's great to have you here. And you say, how many Aussie will score today in terms of Australia's total? Interesting. I don't really know. If I know who's won the toss, then I can sort of answer that question. I'm doing that now. I didn't see who won the toss, so if anyone in the chat knows, let me know, but I'm searching it up as we speak. Okay, Australia won the toss, so Australia have won the toss. They've chosen to field first. I think that's an interesting choice. Obviously, there's a bit of weather around, and so Australia have decided to bowl first. I think that's a good way of getting into the tournament. So for New Zealand, it's going to be very interesting to see how they go with the batting. They're batting first. Let's see what they can do. Thank you, Garaf. Yes, they won the toss, chose the field. Yes, thank you for that. As we'll try and update the teams for everyone here. So Australia have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first. New Zealand, how many runs can they put on the board? And very excited for tonight's match. Good news that the rain has stayed away, which is fantastic. So Australia have won the toss. They've chosen to bowl. So we have a look at the Australian 11. I think it's pretty much a predictable 11, I think, as we've seen. So Australia have named their 11. We'll try and get that up for everyone. David Warner, Aaron Finch, at the top of the order. Mitchell Marsh at 3. See Mitchell Marsh at 3, Glenn Maxwell at 4, Marcus Stoinis at 5. Tim David, Matthew Wade, and the usual bowlers in Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, and Zampa. So that's Australia's team for this evening, and it's sure to be an exciting game tonight. And Australia will be looking to kick off their title defence with a win this evening. We've also got 2 games on today. We've got this one, Australia and New Zealand, and we've got England and Afghanistan. That's from Perth, and they'll be on after this game. So we won't be live streaming that. We'll be live streaming this game only today, as New Zealand make their way out to the middle. The 2 openers, Devon Conway and Martin Guptill. It's a full house at the SCG. The rain has stayed away for the time being. Let's hope it stays away for the whole match. And I'm just updating the teams for everyone so we can get that up so everyone can know who's playing this evening. New Zealand's team, they've got Finn Allen, Devon Conway, Kane Williamson, Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, Jimmy Nisha, Mitchell Satner, Is Sodhi, Tim Southey, Lockie Ferguson, and Trent Bolt. So that's New Zealand's team today. Graf, you say, the rain's normal in this time of year in Australia? Well, it is spring. It's not summer. It is spring. So, yeah, it does rain at this time of year, and it's rained quite heavily over the last few weeks and months. So let's hope the rain stays away for this whole tournament. I know the game against India and Pakistan tomorrow at the MCG is probably in doubt, probably with rain there. Let's hope that's not the case. So it's Devon. So it's going to be Finn Allen on strike. He's 23 years old, and he's an exciting young talent, that's for sure. And he'll be opening the batting with Devon Conway. He's at the other end, at the non-striker's end. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope everyone's well. We're moments away from beginning this Super 12 stage of this T20 World Cup for 2022 in Australia. Very excited. I think everyone's excited just to get the tournament underway, the Super 12 stage. Mitchell Stark will begin proceedings, as always, with the new ball, and he'll be looking to get some early wickets and hopefully get that ball to swing early. I think he'll get a bit of swing, bit of assistance, The pitch does have a bit of moisture in it with all this rain around. So here we go. Moments away. Mitchell Starc with the ball in hand at the top of his mark. He circles around, ready to run up and bowl. He'll be bowling to Finn Allen, who's on strike. Here we go. The first ball of this Super 12 stage, Starc to Allen. He bowls, and Allen drives to the fielder at mid-on. Pat Cummins does the fielding. There's no run. Dot ball to begin proceedings. A good start. Australia will be looking to get into tonight's game, get into the rhythm and swing of things, and hopefully, for them, they can get a win to begin their title defence. Dot ball to begin proceedings. Finn Allen on strike, about to face his second ball to Mitchell Starc. Starc in, bowls to Allen. Allen lofts this over mid-on for 4. The first boundary of this Super 12 stage, and Finn Allen has made his intentions clear. I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to take on Mitchell Starc. I'm not going to be intimidated by his pace. And that one was outside off stump, and the bat turned in his hand a bit there, but he got enough on it to clear the fielder at mid-on all the way to the boundary for 4. The first boundary of this Super 12 stage goes to New Zealand. And that will settle the nerves a bit. I think both teams will be nervous. It's a big occasion. You want to win tonight. There's rain around. Here we go. Starc. Third ball of the over. In to Allen. He bowls, and Allen over the top again. This one's gone over the rope for 6. It's cleared it. 6 runs. 4 and a 6. What a start from New Zealand. And this is what New Zealand need to do. We'll talk about both teams as we progress throughout the evening, the stats between them at T20 Nationals, and what are sort of the numbers you're looking at batting first here at the SCG and T20 Nationals. But Finn Allen, what a shot. And the Kiwi fans are up and about here at the the SCG. Not in Melbourne. That's tomorrow's game with Pakistan and India. Starc into Allen, bowls, and this one's full. Allen drives straight to David Warner at mid-off. There's no run. Good comeback from Starc. Dot ball. And the umpires today, Adrian Holdstock from South Africa. And he's 45th T20 National. He's at the non-strikers end. And at square leg, Kumar Amasina from Sri Lanka. And he's 39th T20 National this evening. Former Sri Lankan international cricketer himself, now an ICC umpire. So 2 balls left in the first over, none for 10 for New Zealand. It's a good start. Finn Allen has made his intentions clear. And let's see what he can do. Here we go. Starc in, bowls to Allen. This one driven back down the ground for another boundary. And Finn Allen has started well in this first over of this match. Good shot. Mitchell Starc just getting the line wrong in the length. This one a little bit too full, and Allen was able to drive this back down past Starc and the umpire down the ground in the V for 4. And he's made his intentions clear that I'm going to be aggressive. He's usually an aggressive player, Finn Allen. And New Zealand will need every bit of his runs tonight if they are to challenge Australia. Starc in, bowls. This one's a short ball. Allen tries to pull it. And in the end, there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's none for 14 after 1. Good start from New Zealand. A bit expensive from Mitchell Starc in the first over, but let's hope he can get the line and length right in the next over he bowls. So we're just updating the teams for everyone. So we can get that up so everyone can know who's playing tonight. As I said, we'll be talking about what's a good score here at the SCG and T20 Nationals. Update the score here. None for 14 after 1. Good start from New Zealand. Up and about. Good atmosphere here at the SCG. Garaf says, great shot. Garaf says, you are 1 ball behind. Am I? Well, it depends on what sort of a stream you're watching it on from. Anyway, that's the way it goes. So we'll have to persevere, I'm afraid. Vipul, he says, wicket looks good for batting. Yes, it's usually good surface here at the SCG. And we'll talk about that as we progress throughout the evening, about what's a good score here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. As Josh Hazlewood's into the attack, he bowls to Conway, and Conway glides this down to the fine man boundary for 4. To the fine man boundary, to the third man boundary, to the fine leg boundary. Getting my words mixed up today. Fine leg boundary, for 4 runs, just a deflection. And he was on the hips there, Hazlewood, and could not cut that off. So a boundary conceded. Devon Conway on 4. Here we go. Hazlewood in for his second ball. Runs up, bowls to Conway. This one's not bowled in the end. Kumar Amasina signalling dead ball. Someone was walking behind the side screen. Well, that's a common sight in cricket. Always someone walking behind the side screen. Devon Conway said, no, not ready. So Josh Hazlewood has to re-bowl that one again. Well, for the time being, the rain has stayed away, which is pretty good. Yes, Josh Hazlewood in for his second ball. Runs up, he bowls. And Conway defends, pushes this to the offside for a quick single. And the score moves on to none for 19. A single there. So a very good start from New Zealand. And as we talked about before in our preview, it is going to be interesting to see how New Zealand will go about things tonight. They do not have a good record against Australia in T20 internationals in Australia. And we'll bring up those stats in a minute. Actually, we'll do that now, So T20 international stats for everyone there between Australia and New Zealand. Head-to-head, Australia won 10, New Zealand have won 4. But the second line, both teams record in Australia in T20 internationals. 3 wins to Australia, none to New Zealand. So can New Zealand make that a 1 tonight, or will Australia make that a 4? We shall see in the next 40 overs of this match as Hazlewood bowls to Allen. This one's pulled through square leg. Aaron Finch chasing. They'll settle for a single. And obviously the leading run scorer between the two countries in T20 internationals is Martin Guptill. He's not playing today. 463. Ish Sodhi's playing today. He's got 16 wickets, leading wicket taker. Most dismissals, Matthew Wade with 5. Most catches, Glenn Maxwell with 11. Most matches, Martin Guptill with 13. And the first T20 national that these two teams played was back in 2005 in New Zealand. As Hazlewood bowls to Conway. Conway advances down the pitch and he beats the man at mid-off for 4 runs. Good use of the feet from Devon Conway, and he'll be feeling confident. An expensive over from Josh Hazlewood, 10 off at 2 boundaries and 2 singles, and the second boundary coming in that over. Gaurav says, good start for the Kiwis. Yes, it's a good start, but as we know in T20 cricket, things can change quickly. As we have a look at the stats there, T20 nationals between Australia and New Zealand. Let's also look at the highest totals between the two teams in T20 nationals. These two teams like to score big. Highest 2 totals in T20 nationals is over 240. As Hazlewood bowls to Conway, this one's defended onto the offside, and Conway gets a quick single. So as I was saying, the Australia and New Zealand, they like to score big. As you can see on the screen there, the table there of the stats, highest and lowest totals. 245 is the highest. I don't think we'll get that tonight here at the SCG. And that was Australia back in Auckland in 2018. And that was in that run chase, that famous run chase at Eden Park. So a bit of an idea of how these two teams go about in the T20s. There's Hazlewood, last ball of his over. He bowls to Allen. Allen advances down the pitch, hits this through the covers for 4. And New Zealand off to a rocketing start here at the SCG. It's none for 29 after 2. Good start from New Zealand. Josh Hazlewood a bit off his line in length. He'll be disappointed with that over. Quite expensive. Good start from New Zealand. Gaurav says, this right-hand Kiwi opener looks a very good T20 batsman. Well, he is. Finn Allen looks pretty good. Obviously, just new on the scene, actually. Now, the highest successful run chasers, T20 nationals between Australia and New Zealand, 244 is the highest one. Obviously, let's put that into some context. That was at Eden Park, which is quite a small ground in Auckland. So we have to really focus on the second line. And that's when Australia chased down 173 in last year's T20 World Cup final in Dubai against New Zealand. Cummins into the attack, bowls to Conway. This one for Conway. Doesn't quite time it. It goes through square leg for a single. So 173 is the second highest successful run chase. So if New Zealand are looking to aim for that number tonight, I think anything plus that is pretty good. But we really have to put it into some context. The top one there, 244, that was at Eden Park in Auckland in that run chase in 2018. So that game was a different game altogether. Vipul says third bowler and the third over itself. Well, we've seen that from Aaron Finch, Vipul. We've seen different options, different combinations with the types of bowlers that he uses. As Cummins bowls to Allen, this one's down the leg side and through the hands of the fielder at short fine leg, Adam Zampa, and he puts down a chance. He was down the leg side. He went through with a shot. Allen, he knew Adam Zampa was there, and unfortunately for Australia, goes through his hands and goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Well, Finn Allen, his heart would have been in his mouth. And he gets away with that. Cummins bowls to Allen. Allen advances down the pitch, hits it over the fielder at mid-off for 4. And a good start from New Zealand. They're none for 38. It's a good start to the power play. Finn Allen being aggressive. And it's good to see him being aggressive and really taking it to the Australian attack. Pat Cummins, that one's short. And that one's hit over David Warner at mid-off for 4. So, as we're talking about successful run chasers, New Zealand have been listening to what I've been saying, and probably 180 plus is probably the way to go. That hasn't been chased out. Cummins bowls to Allen. This one's driven to the man at cover, and there's no run. So 173 is the second highest successful run chase in T20 nationals for Australia and New Zealand. That was Australia last year in the final in Dubai in the T20 World Cup. New Zealand would be pretty happy if they can get over 170 odd. That hasn't been chased down between these two countries in all T20 nationals that they've played in. As Pat Cummins bowls his 5th ball to Allen. This one's short, pulled away from Allen, over deep square leg. Is it a 4 or a 6? It's a 6. It's over the rope for 6. Well, Finn Allen's off to a flyer, 33 off 12, and New Zealand are none for 44. Well, it's certainly a very fast start from the New Zealanders. And for New Zealand, Pat Cummins, not happy with that. Quite disappointed with the way he was bowling there. Pat Cummins, last ball of the over. He bowls to Allen. Allen guides this through the covers. It's racing away to the boundary. Aaron Finch will cut it off. Glenn Maxwell will get the throw back from Aaron Finch and throw it back into the keeper of Matthew Wade. It's the end of the over. It's none for 46 after 3. It's been a good start from New Zealand. 3 overs in. They've made good start in the power play. Australia need a wicket. Gaurav says, I hope the rain gods get easy for this month in Australia. Well, I think everyone's thinking the same thing. Certainly the rain is a big factor in this T20 World Cup. Let's hope it doesn't really affect us too much. Done for 46 for New Zealand. It's been a good start from the Kiwis, and they'll be hoping that they can go on and get this start. Now, we were looking at the stats, T20 nationals between Australia and New Zealand. Let's have a look at more stats. T20 World Cups. And head-to-head in T20 World Cups, Australia and New Zealand are one apiece. And who will take the lead in the head-to-head tonight? The first match that these two countries played in a T20 World Cup was back in 2016. That was in Dharamshala. New Zealand won by 8 runs. The last T20 World Cup that these two teams played in, the match, that is, was back in the World Cup final of last year. And Australia won by 8 wickets. As Marcus Stoinis is into the attack. He runs up, he bowls to Conway. And Conway hits this through the covers. There's a man in the deep, and it'll be cut off. And they'll come back for 2. So Aaron Finch rotating his bowlers, different options. It's a good start from New Zealand, none for 48. Jihan, great to see you here, Dr. Jihan. You say, I was worried about Australia's deaf bowling. They're struggling with the new ball too. Well, yeah, I think it's the mindset, Jihan from New Zealand. They look like they're on tonight and they want to try and break the hoodoo. As Stoinis bowls to Conway, this one's short. Conway tried to pull it. There was an appeal from Matthew Wade for a caught behind. The umpire, Kumar Damasina, says no, not out. And it's a dot ball. It's just been good from New Zealand thus far. It's been pretty good. Good intent, good aggressive approach. They haven't let the Australian bowlers settle. You could probably say Australia just a little bit off. But let's hope for Australia they can get a few wickets. And let's hope the rain stays away. For the time being, the rain has stayed away. Let's hope the rain does stay away. But always a good match between Australia and New Zealand. None for 48. We got 2 overs after this of the power play. It's a good start. Conway and Allen off to a blistering start, I should say, from New Zealand. Now, it's been a bit wet in Sydney with the moisture and all that. The ground staff are coming out with some sawdust. Marcus Stoinis just complaining about his foot marks there. Just a little bit of slipping for him when he lands on that front foot. So anyway, going back to the T20 World Cup stats between these two countries. Head-to-head, 1-1. And as you can see there, the various leading run scorers and wicket takers, most dismissals, most catches, most matches for both countries in T20 World Cups in general. So this is the 3rd time that Australia and New Zealand have met in a T20 World Cup, which is quite staggering if you think about it. Obviously, T20 World Cup's been going on since 2007, and they've only played each other twice up until 2022. As Marcus Stoinis continues, he bowls to Conway. This one's full and swing and a miss from Conway. And another dot ball from Stoinis. So good work from Stoinis here, just trying to build pressure with dots. It's been a good start from New Zealand. They will need this start to continue on, New Zealand. Now, let's talk about T20 stats here at the SCG. As you can see there, Australia's record at the SCG is pretty good. They've played 11 games, they've won 6 and lost 3. New Zealand have not won a game at this ground. They're 0-2. And Stoinis bowls to Conway. And Conway pushes this through the offside for a quick single down to mid-off. And it's been a good start from New Zealand. Now, going back to the T20 stats at this ground, head-to-head at the SCG, Australia and New Zealand, it's 2-0 to Australia. Australia lead that 2-0. Obviously, for New Zealand, the first T20 national that they played at this ground was back in 2009. Australia won that by 1 run. And the last T20 national that these two teams played at this ground was in 2018. And Australia won that by 7 wickets on Duckworth-Lewis. So what will tonight's result be? That'll be interesting. Already New Zealand off to a good start. Stoinis bowls to Allen. This one's high in the air, down the ground. Is it all the way for 6? You better believe it. It's 6 runs. The 50's up for New Zealand. And we're not even done in the power play. Stoinis has just been dispatched for a maximum. Good shot from Finn Allen. He is the aggressor for New Zealand. And he's 41 off 14. It's a blistering start from New Zealand. My word. They're looking for a big turtle. 92 metres at 6, straight back down the ground. This is a different aggression I'm seeing from New Zealand. As we know with New Zealand, when they play Australia in Australia, they always struggle. Not tonight. Stoinis bowls to Allen. This one's defended. Bit of a mix-up. Nearly a run out, but in the end, they get the single. It's the end of the 4th. It's none for 56 after 4. Australia need a couple of wickets. Stop the partnership here. Not even done in the power play. With New Zealand going this well at the moment, let's talk about the highest totals. There's only been 2 scores of 200 plus at this ground at the SCG. Australia got 221 against England, and that was back in 2007 in the first T20 National played at this ground. And then obviously India got 200. That was in a run chase back in 2016. So can New Zealand get a score of 190 plus 200? That's usually the norm here in T20 Nationals at the SCG. So I'll leave that on the screen for everyone to take it in and figure out what sort of a total you think they should go for New Zealand. Josh Hazlewood back for his second. He was expensive in his first over. So Hazlewood to Allen, runs up, he bowls. Allen, bowled him, knocked him over. That's the wicket Australia needed. He's bowled him neck and crop. Clean bowled. Hazlewood strikes. Australia get the first wicket. Good delivery from Hazlewood. A swing and a miss from Allen. He was swinging for all money. He's gone for 42 off 16. Hazlewood gets the wicket. He went down the pitch, Finn Allen, trying to meet the ball. In the end, it was a bit fuller than he anticipated from Hazlewood. And the zing bails and the stumps get lit up. That's the end of Finn Allen. He's got to go for a quick 42 off 16. New Zealand are 1 for 56 at the SCG. John. Thanks for joining us as always, John. Great to see you. You say it's been a bit overcast and a little humid here today. Thought the ball might swing around more. Yeah, you would think with a bit of moisture in the pitch, the ball will swing and seam a little bit. That hasn't been the case thus far. Let's hope we see something for the bowlers there on this pitch. But Australia, the breakthrough they needed. They've got it. Josh Hazlewood's got the wicket. Kane Williamson arrives at the crease for New Zealand, the New Zealand skipper at the crease. Now, hopefully for Australia, this will just start to slow things up a bit. We know when you take a wicket, things get a little bit slowed up in terms of the run rate. Let's hope for Australia that this game can start going in the direction they wanted to go in. New Zealand, it was a good aggressive start. All of a sudden, lost a wicket. The rebuilding phase will begin now. Jay Solanki. Hello, Jay. Hope you're well, mate. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are in the world. If you're from Australia, good evening. If you're from the UK or England, good afternoon or good morning. If you're from the subcontinent, as many of our viewers are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening over there. And thanks for joining us. It's well, it's been a frenetic start, I must say. Good aggression from New Zealand, and Josh Hazlewood got the wicket of Finn Allen. Much needed wicket. Josh Hazlewood pumped, excited, and Australia are excited as well. This is the serious start to the tournament. And no doubt it's going to be a great T20 World Cup, that's for sure. Even excited watching this game today. Now, as I was saying before, those are the stats in T20 Nationals. For those who've just joined us, highest and lowest totals at this ground. 200 has been made twice. That was Australia and India back in 2007, 2016. Now, as we have a look at the next graphics, the leading run scorers and wicket takers and most dismissals and most catches at the ground, for those who want to know. No surprise, Virat Kohli's the leading run scorer at the SCG in T20 Nationals. 236 runs from 4 games. Adam Zampa, leading wicket taker with 8. Most dismissals, Matthew Wade with 3. Alex Carey as well. And most catches, believe it or not, Steve Smith with 10. So just some information for those people who want to know. Now, this is the interesting one. The highest run chasers, successful run chasers. India chased down 198. And that was back in 2016 in that T20 match they played here at the SCG. The second highest is 195 and then 165. So for New Zealand tonight, they will need something 150 plus, up between 160, 70, 80 or 90. They were tracking along to get a big score. But for New Zealand, they'll be hoping to get around about that number of 190 plus. But even that was chased down. So it's usually good scoring ground, the SCG in T20 cricket. We've got to remember that this is the first game played here this season. So this game between Australia and New Zealand tonight is the first game. And the pitch will be brand new. A little bit of moisture. The ball will hopefully do a little bit as Hazlewood bowls to Williamson. Williamson defends, and there's no run. That ball goes to backward point for no run. So the highest run chasers at the SCG, 198 successfully chased by India. Let us know in the chat, what do you think New Zealand need to get, looking at those stats and numbers? Do you think they need 190? Even 190 was chased down on a few occasions. Some interesting stats there from the SCG. As Hazlewood bowls to Williamson. Williamson defends and there's no run. So after taking that wicket, it's just slowed the momentum a bit for New Zealand. And Australia just starting to get back into the groove of things. Jay says 200 at least. Yeah. Yep. Couldn't agree more there, Jay. Obviously, looking at the stats, as you can see, Jay, on the screen, India's got the top 2 highest run chasers at this ground. 198, 195. So New Zealand will be looking to get around that number this evening if they can. As Hazlewood bowls to Williamson. Williamson works this to Mitchell Marsh at square leg, but there's no run. 2 balls left of the 5th. It's a good over from Hazlewood. Good comeback after expensive in his first over. I sort of agree with you there, Jay. At least 200, but we've seen in the Big Bash, we've seen in T20 Nationals before at this ground, it can be chased down. So any total New Zealand will take. Gurav says 190 would be good. Depends on how Williamson plays. Yes. I did say in my preview before this tournament started that Kane Williamson is the important batter for New Zealand. Hazlewood bowls to Williamson. This one guided through point, misfielded by the fielder at point, and it will race away to the boundary for 4. Kane Williamson off the mark in style, and that will unsettle the nerves and boost his confidence. Hazlewood there, a little bit short, a little bit wide, outside off. Tim David at point. Didn't quite get a hand on that. He should have done better. And that one racing to the boundary for 4 from Williamson. Jay, you say, is Green playing? No, he's not, Jay. He's not playing today, but he's in the squad. And we'll have a look at the squad in a minute. Hazlewood bowls to Williamson. This one's uppish. And in the end, it's a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 60 after 5. Good start from New Zealand. They lost the wicket of Finn Allen. Australia will be happy with that. Can Australia squeeze and get some runs here? Very exciting start to this Super 12 match. John says might be a trick of the viewing angle. Back it looked like Josh got the ball that got Allen moved back in the air. Well, it was definitely a full delivery, and obviously Allen went down the pitch and missed it completely, looking to be aggressive, looking to put the pressure back on there. But from the replay I saw, yeah, you could say it did a little bit. It hasn't really done much. As Pat Cummins continues his second over to Conway. Jay, you say, what is the time in Australia? Well, where I'm from, Jay, it's just past 6 o'clock in the evening. In Sydney, it's around about nearly 6:30. They're around about 30 minutes ahead where I am. Different time zones in Australia. So as Cummins bowls to Conway, this one's defended and there's no run. So around about evening time, just after 6 o'clock for me. Other parts of Australia, they're a bit ahead of where I am. So around about 30 minutes ahead. So just put 30 minutes on that and that will give you the time for the other states, except for WA. Western Australia is a bit different. They're around about 2 hours or something like that behind or something like that. As Cummins bowls to Conway, runs up, bowls. Conway glides this past short third man, racing away to the boundary for 4. And Glenn Maxwell could not cut it off. Devon Conway picks up a boundary. Gurav, you said great adjustment. Well, sadly, Australia will be delighted with that first wicket. It was a frenetic start from New Zealand. As Pat Cummins, none for 21. Runs up, bowls to Conway. This one's driven to cover, and there's no run. It's been an interesting T20 World Cup. For those who are joining us in the chat, what's been your highlight of the tournament thus far in the first round? Watching the first games of the first round, I got to say, it was pretty exciting cricket. And we saw some wonderful cricket being played in the first round. Just about everyone won, which was fantastic to see. Everyone win a game at least. So let us know in the chat, what was your top moment from the first round? As Pat Cummins continues, he bowls to Conway, runs up, bowls. Conway cuts just in front of point. Glenn Maxwell out there at deep point, cuts it off for a single. New Zealand 1 for 65. 2 balls left of this last over of the power play. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Hope everyone's well. Hope everyone's excited for this T20 World Cup. I know I am. And sure to be a great T20 World Cup, that's for sure. And what a start from both teams tonight. Australia and New Zealand packed SCG. It's sure to be an exciting tournament, that's for sure. We've got a couple of big games in the next few days. Certainly tomorrow, India and Pakistan from Melbourne. That's sure to be a great game. Let's hope the weather doesn't affect that game. Back Cummins to Williamson. Cummins in, bowls to Williamson. Williamson defends to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Jay says, how successful the likes of Andrew Tye and Kane Richardson's slower ones, a bowler in Australia. Well, they've done pretty well in the Big Bash. Andrew Tye and Kane Richardson, for some time. They've done pretty well, obviously, but the Australian selectors have gone with other people in the end as Cummins bowls to Williamson. Williamson defends. It's the end of the over. Dot ball to finish. End of the over. 1 for 65. End of the power play. New Zealand 1 for 65 at the end of 6 overs. So it's been a very good start from New Zealand. They haven't lost too many wickets. But for them, it's all about trying to get to a score that they can try to get. And hopefully be competitive in tonight's game, as we've already seen before. Going to be very interesting indeed to see how Australia and New Zealand go about things tonight. Now, Jay, you say, so you mean slower one plan works? Well, it depends. Different conditions. Do you think slower balls will be effective? Cutters into the pitch. You've got to make that adjustment as a bowler and do your variations and accordingly. So Australia will work out, okay, what do we need to do? Get used to the conditions. All right, we can't bowl this delivery. We can't bowl there, or we've got to set this particular field or something like that. So as Adam Samper comes into the attack and Pretty good record here at the SCG, Adam Zampa. He's got 8 wickets in T20 Nationals here at this ground, as we had a look at the stats a little bit earlier. As Zampa bowls to Conway, this one's driven through the covers for 4. I know I'm a little bit behind of everyone else, but that's okay. 4 runs for Adam Zampa. Good shot. Yep. Devon Conway, very good player, as we know. Very good shot through the covers. Just beats the fielder at cover. On the edge of the circle, Adam Zampa not happy with that first delivery. Zampa runs up, bowls to Conway, works this through mid-wicket for a single. Garav says, great drive. Gaming Crab says, hello. Hello, Gaming Crab. Hope you're well. Vipul says, what a drive that was. Yes, a very good drive through the covers from Devon Conway. So New Zealand, 1 for 65 after the power play. It was a good start. Finn Allen, 42, did most of the damage. He's back in the pavilion. Josh Hazlewood got him out clean bowled. Zampa bowls to Williamson. Williamson uses his feet, gets down to the pitch of the ball, and drives this to Marcus Stoinis down at long on for a single. Kane Williamson, the accumulator, always looking for runs. And a very important part of this New Zealand batting lineup, that's for sure. Jay Solanke says, I can't wait to see Gabe. Gabe's rant about the West Indies. Well, he won't be happy, that's for sure. As Zampa bowls to Conway. Conway works this behind screen on the leg side for a single. So 7 runs off Zampa's first over. Gaming Crab says a bad start for Australia. Well, it's been an aggressive start from New Zealand, which is nice to see for a change. Zampa bowls to Williamson. Williamson works this through square leg for a couple of runs. In the end, they just settle on the single. Gaming Crab says, I want Australia to win this easily. Well, yeah, for Australia, it would be good to boost their confidence with a win tonight. New Zealand, it's an important game for them. I feel if they're going to break the hoodoo against Australia in tournaments and also playing in Australia, tonight's a very good chance of doing that. But we shall see what happens. This game's not over yet. Zampa bowls to Conway. Conway works this through the leg side down to Tim David at long on for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 74 after 7. Good start from New Zealand. Can they continue on? I think they'll need a score around about 190, 180, something like that, given Australia's firepower. John says Zampa should have kept his mullet. Well, yes, I did notice that he got rid of the mullet. Didn't notice that. A lot of cricketers are a bit superstitious in terms of what they do. Jay says Zampa is a Stranger Things guy. Is he? Well, I haven't really watched Stranger Things or anything like that, but if you say so, Jay, I'll take your word for it. Good news. The rain has stayed away. Bright, sunny skies in the distance, the SCG, as Marcus Stoinis comes back to bowl. So we've noticed tonight Aaron Finch has changed his bowlers around quite a lot. We've seen this against the England series where he did that a lot. He's doing it tonight as well, as Stoinis is about to bowl his 8th over. To bowl the 8th over of this innings. Devon Conway on strike, 26 off 17. Kane Williamson, 6 off 9. Good start from New Zealand, but can they continue on the start? That's the thing. They've got to go on with it. Stoinis runs in, bowls to Conway. Conway works this onto the leg side through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. Good running between the wickets from Conway and Williamson. We certainly saw that. Jay says, skyline looks magical. Yes, it does. The good news is it's not thunderstorms or anything like that. Apparently that was forecast. Hopefully that will not interrupt the match tonight. But You never know with the weather. As Stoinis bowls to Conway, this one on leg stump. Conway works this behind square works this in front of square on the leg side through mid wicket for a single. He moves on to 29. So, just a bit of a recap of the record of both teams here at the SCG and T20 Nationals. Not a very good ground for New Zealand. They've lost 2 games that they've played here. Back in 2018 and 2009. So it's not a good ground for them at T20 Nationals. That's for sure at the SCG. Australia have a good record here. They've won 6 games, lost 3. As Marcus Stoinis runs up, bowls to Williamson. Williamson drives this on the back foot through the covers. The fielder in the deep will cut it off for a single. So not a very good ground in terms of T20 Nationals for New Zealand. Can they improve that record tonight? We shall see. But just for those who want to know about all the teams' records here at this ground, we'll definitely see a lot more teams increase their numbers over this T20 World Cup with the games being played here at the SCG. Some of the teams in this T20 World Cup will be playing a T20 for the first time here at the SCG. Stoinis bowls to Conway. Conway works this through mid-wicket again for a single. Good strike rotation. Already 5 off the over, a 2 and 3 singles. So Marcus Stoinis. Out to bowl to Williamson. Runs up, bowls, and Williamson tries to pull this down to fine leg. In the end, he mistimes it completely. And Matthew Wade does the fielding behind the stumps, and there's no run. Well, Marcus Stoinis, that one was a bit of a slower ball there, a little bit. Took the pace off it. That just hit Williamson on the gloves and didn't bounce as much as he anticipated. In the end, dot ball, good result from the Australian team. Jay, you say, do you think Stoinis has improved as a bowler? I'll get to that in a minute. Jay, after this ball, Stoinis bowls to Williamson. This one's dug in short. And the umpire says that's a no ball. Sorry, it's a wide. Sorry. So Marcus Stoinis, a short ball there. Too short in the end. It's a wide. And that one going over the head of Williamson easily. Has he improved as a bowler? Well, in the series against England, he did take wickets. He took 3 wickets in game 2. He can get a wicket there every now and again if he wants to, Stoinis. He's an other option for Australia. Obviously, with Cameron Green being in the squad, he's a potential option as well. I think his bowling's the same, really, as Stoinis bowls to Williamson. This one's short and pulled away behind square to deep backward square leg. Glenn Maxwell does the fielding, and it's a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 81 after 8. Very good start from New Zealand. And we'll be hoping to get a big score, as we talked about before, with the highest totals and lowest totals and most successful run chasers here at the SCG and T20 Nationals. This is a very good start from New Zealand, but they've got to go on with it. If Australia do able to pick up a couple of wickets, that will set New Zealand back in this innings. If they can get a couple of wickets onto this score, 3 for 81 sounds better than 1 for 81. Good to see the crowd in at the SCG tonight. Good to see so many families, kids, watching the cricket, supporting both Australia and New Zealand. It's definitely going to be an exciting match, that's for sure. Adam Zampa continues. Going back to your question, Jay, I think he's around about the same, really. He's still the same pace. He's still the same bowler. You can rely on him to get a wicket or 2 or bowl a few overs if needed. Marcus Stoinis, as Adam Zampa bowls to Williamson. This one's pushed for a quick single down to Marcus Stoinis. That's a wide long on. Williamson going about his business, 9 off 13. 1 for 82, New Zealand off to a good start after Finn Allen went berserk. And you probably say Australia didn't quite get the bowling right at the start of this innings, but since then they've gotten back to what they know best with the ball. Zampa again bowls to Conway. Conway works this through mid-wicket for a single. Glenn Maxwell does the fielding, and New Zealand going about this in a very methodical, clinical way, looking to pick up singles and twos if required. It's a small ground, the SCG, but you can get twos and threes at this ground in different pockets and different areas of the ground, even though it's a small ground. As Zampa bowls to Williamson. Williamson again works this to Marcus Stoinis at long on for a single. So New Zealand going about it nicely at this stage. Jay says, I would never give him death overs as an RCB fan. It's haunting. Well, he bowled the death overs. He bowled the last over in the the second game against England. That didn't quite go well. Australia trying different options there. As Zampa bowls to Conway, reverse sweep for a dot ball from Conway. Trying to be proactive with the batting. Devon Conway trying different shots. He's 31 off 22. Gaurav says, great shot. Yes, well, a lot of the batters these days play those shots. Those reverse sweeps and sweeps. Zampa bowls to Conway. This one's down the ground all the way for 6. Good use of the feet from Devon Conway. It's down the ground all the way for 6. And New Zealand 1 for 90. Adam Zampa that was a wrong un, and he picked it well, Devon Conway. He knew that was the wrong un. He got into a good position down the pitch, met the ball, hit back down the ground over Adam Zampa's head for 6. And New Zealand signalling their intent. That's the 4th 6 of tonight's match. Zampa bowls to Conway. This one's defended. An appeal from Adam Zampa. Thinks he's pad first. I think it came off the bat. Adam Zampa's inquiring to Aaron Finch. We should go upstairs for this. He has. So there's a DRS review. Let's see if this is out or not out. Adam Zampa thinks it's out. Well, Adam Zampa thinks this is pad first. I reckon it was bat, but I could be wrong. But Adam Zampa was convinced. Straight away, he went upstairs. Let's have a look. Came out of the back of the hand from Zampa, the leg spinner. It pitched in line, going straight on. Ooh. Now then. That's hit him above the knee roll. Whether or not the bat's close to the ball, whether or not it was pad first, I think he was pretty excited there, Adam Zampa. I think, just having a look here, just making sure whether or not it was pad first or bat. Let's have a look. Was it pad first? Yes, it was. It was pad first. It's missed the bat, and then it hits the bat. So pad first. Looks pretty good to me. It's hit him in line. Whether or not it pitched in line or not, it did. Pitching in line, impact is in line. Wickets, missing. The extra bounce from Zampa. So a wasted review from Australia. And unfortunately for Adam Zampa, Australia's DRS, not really their strong suit. I think Adam Zampa got a little bit too excited there. It looked pretty good. Unfortunately, the height was the issue there. And in the end, it was missing the stump. So good decision by the umpire. Jay, you say, I think Green can be lethal all-rounder. He has bounces and pace. Sports Nation, hello. Gaurav says, would be missing. Height, yes, it was missing. Joy, hello, Joy. You say the current Williamson doesn't belong in the New Zealand T20 team. He looks out of place. They already have Conway to do the anchor job, and he does it, and he does it better anyways, you say, Joy, sorry. You're probably comparing Steve Smith in that case with Williamson, similar type players. John, you say think it clipped the flap first. Yeah, it did. It was definitely pad first, but missing the stumps in the end. Mitchell Starc back into the attack. Bowls to Williamson. Williamson works this. It was a full delivery from Starc. Works this down to Tim David and long on for a single. New Zealand 1 for 91. So we're about to have a drinks break after this over. And the teams will talk and strategize and think about where do we need to go in terms of the second half of this innings. What sort of score New Zealand will be comfortable with? What sort of score Australia will be comfortable with chasing? And let's hope the rain doesn't come. As Starc runs in past the umpire, bowls to Conway. This one's full. Conway drives past the fielder at cover. Tim David in pursuit. And he'll cut it off for a couple of runs. Good running from New Zealand, as we talk about. You've got to run hard between the wickets. You've got to make sure you convert the singles into twos if you can. As I said, it's not really a big ground, the SCG. It's quite a small ground, but you can definitely pick up twos and definitely the odd three if you can. Nice to see the crowd in. It's a full house, and the rain has stayed away for the time being. Mitchell Starc in again to Conway. Bowls. This one full. Conway pushes this. Back pass down the ground to mid-off for a single. And he moves on to 40 off 26. Jay says, Williamson on his day can be good. He has slog sweep, scoop type shots. Well, yes, that World Cup final, T20 World Cup final last year, he played well. And he played those shots, as you mentioned, Jay. Definitely a very important player for this New Zealand side. Starc runs in, bowls to Williamson. This one's short. Williamson drives this on the back foot through point. And Pat Cummins at deep point will cut it off for a single. 1 for 95 for New Zealand. We're nearly halfway through this innings. A reminder of tonight's game, Australia versus New Zealand, but also we've got England and Afghanistan from Perth. That's the next game after this, and that should be an exciting game, interesting game. I think England will get the job done in that game in Perth. I think Afghanistan will struggle on the fast, bouncy surface at the Perth Stadium. They sort of did against Pakistan at the Gabba. Starc bowls to Conway. This one's beaten Conway. All ends up, it nearly bowled him. Now then, they're thinking about a review. Mitchell Starc's uncertain. Now, they decided not to review that at the end of the day. Aaron Finch said, well, I'm not sure. I've got to have a look at the replay. The replay's coming up. Let's see here. Mitchell Starc on the replay. He bowled a Conway. They were questioning about the LBW. In the end, it came off the bat. Mitchell Starc thought that hit him on the shoe, but it didn't. Came off the face of the bat. Starc into Conway, bowls. This one's short. Conway pulls down to fine leg. Running fine, but Adam Zampa will cut it off for a couple of runs. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 97, and it's time for a drinks break here at the SCG. 1 for 97, and I believe it's time for drinks. So we've seen that throughout this T20 World Cup. Drinks break being taken after 10 overs. Joy, you say, and Smith doesn't belong in the T20 team anyways. It's actually even hard to place current version of Curly to play in the T20 team. All Fab Four are similar kind of players, and they're not for the current T20 game. I tend to agree with that, Joy, obviously. You also say, Joy, they are all class players and can give decent performances on their day, but mostly they chew up balls and make it harder for another batter. Well, that is the criticism from some people about Smith, and you could say the same about Williamson as well. Jay, you say, I think anchors are important to stabilize collapses, and these anchors are world-class. They can push their strike rate. They can. You need someone to stay in and provide that stability in the order. But obviously a lot of people have criticised Steve Smith in particular for his pace of play as well. And that's why he's not playing today, obviously. So we sort of got an indication that he was not going to be a part of Australia's best 11. When he was being left out against England, you would think, okay, he's not going to be playing tonight's game, and that's the case. And that's, look, that's Australia thinking about, how can we win this tournament? And that's thinking about what's the best possible 11 to put out there on the park. And the 11 they've got tonight is a pretty good team. A reminder of what's happened. Australia won the toss, chose to bowl first. The Australian team, no surprises. Warner, Finch, Mitchell Marsh, Maxwell, Stoinis, David, Wade, Stark, Cummins, Samper, and Hazelwood. New Zealand, we've got Allen, Conway, Williamson, Phillips, Chapman, Neesham, Sattner, Surrey, Southey, Ferguson, and Bolt. And those are the teams that have been selected for tonight's game. Just a reminder of the teams and the selections. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope everyone's well. I hope everyone's excited for this T20 World Cup. We're going to be live streaming all the Australian matches. So across the tournament, we're going to be live streaming all of the matches that Australia will be playing, plus the finals, the semis, and the final itself. So do join us. And all those live streams are already scheduled on our YouTube channel. So you can click the bell so you can get the notification so you can come and join us like tonight. So after drinks, New Zealand 1 for 97 after 10. It has slowed a little bit since the wicket of Finn Allen. And Jay says, I think Australia has the luxury of having good all-rounders and Pat Cummins Stark type bowlers who can smash. So that's why Smith is out of place. As Marcus Stoinis continues to Williamson after drinks, he bowls, and what a shot from Kane Williamson over square leg for 6. Well, don't bowl there to Kane Williamson. As we were just talking about Kane Williamson, he ups the tempo. And the 100 is up for New Zealand. The 1 for 103. Australia need a couple of wickets just to stem the flow of runs. Good shot from Williamson. Got inside the line. He was able to work that over square leg for 6. Deep backward square leg there. For 6 runs, Marcus Stoinis saying pretty good shot. And he'll be disappointed to concede a boundary first ball. So Stoinis in to Williamson. He bowls. This one's wide outside off stump. Williamson hits this down to David Warner at mid-off for a single. Joy says, after the flyer, Allen gave New Zealand the power play. They should have at least scored 110 in 10 overs. Yes, it has slowed a little bit since Finn Allen got off to a flyer there. Apparently, New Zealand are predicted to get 199. I think they're probably going to need that. Guraf says, great shot by Williamson. Yes, it was. Very good shot from Kane Williamson. Here we go. Marcus Stoinis to Conway. Runs up, bowls. This one's short. Pulled away through square leg from Conway. And Mitchell Stark, a deep square leg, will cut it off for 1. 1 for 105, New Zealand. John says, bowling on a length, isn't it? Yes, well, Australia have been a little bit poor with the bowling tonight, I have to be honest. Hasn't been quite their best, but, let's hope they can, if you're an Australian supporter, they can take a few more wickets. I feel like if they take a couple of wickets here, Be interesting to see what the rest of the New Zealand batters will do. As Storness bowls to Williamson. This one's short, pulled away to deep backward square leg for a single. Mitchell Marsh does the fielding. And these two going along nicely. It's a good partnership. 43 for Conway, 20 for Williamson, and the 50 partnership is up for the second wicket. So it's been pretty good. Since they lost Finn Allen, John says, bowling on a length isn't the place to put it on this ground/pitch. No, you don't want to be doing that here at the SCG. Otherwise, you're going to get dispatched. So it's either probably back of a length maybe. As Storness bowls to Conway. This one's short, down leg side. Conway works this around the corner, down to the fine leg boundary. Adam Zampa will cut it off for a couple of runs. Jay says, given New Zealand talent pool, Kane Williamson is important and key player. Brings experience as well after Ross Taylor. Yes, he does. And I said in my preview before this tournament started that he was going to be the important cog in the New Zealand batting lineup, Kane Williamson, to do this position, add the stability. As Storness runs up bowls. This one's short, slower ball. Short, slower ball. Banged into the pitch. And Conway works it to Glenn Maxwell in the deep on the leg side. And it's the end of the over. It's 1 for 109. One for 109 after 11. We've got 9 overs left. Australia needs some wickets. Joy says, what are your thoughts on Allen's innings and his technique of coming out of the crease against paces to play attacking shots in power play? Well, Joy, I think it was proactive. I think it was good batting. I think as a batter, you got to use your feet. You got to put the bowlers under pressure, and he did that. I haven't seen much of him, but what I've seen from him, I've taken that he's an aggressive player. He likes to score quickly, and that's what we saw tonight. And I think it was good batting from him. As Stark continues to Conway, bowls. Conway gets a bit of a bottom edge, and it goes straight to Matthew Wade behind the stumps for no run. I thought it was good. The dismissal, he was using his feet. In the end, Josh Hazelwood got a full delivery and bowled him. So, he'll look back on that and say, right, maybe I could have reined it in a little bit. I was off to a flyer. But that's his job in this team. I'm quite surprised that New Zealand are not considering Martin Guptill anymore. I would have thought he would have had a place in this side, but they see something in Finn Allen, obviously. He's the future, and no doubt he can play a sort of Martin Guptill type innings, as we know. As Stark bowls to Conway, this one's worked down to third man for a single. And we've got some dark clouds hovering around the SCG. Let's hope the clouds go away, because we're in for a very interesting match. I hope that's answered your question, Joy. Your next... sorry, that was the same question, sorry. Obviously, Joy, you say, and will it work on other grounds where there's more bounce and pace? I'll get to that in a minute, Joy, after this ball. Stark bowls to Williamson. This one's trapped Williamson on the pads. It works. It trickles behind square on the offside for a leg by, I believe. Let's just wait and see what the umpire calls. Either a run or a leg by. It's a run. So he got a bit of bat on that. In other grounds around Australia, probably yes. I think the way he batted tonight will probably work. If New Zealand, they don't play any games in Perth or Brisbane, I don't think, in this T20 World Cup. But if they were playing there, obviously, it's two pretty good surfaces to bat on, because it's true bounce and true pace. As Stark bowls to Conway, this one's worked to mid-on for a single. Definitely if it's on a slowish pitch, then probably it will be a bit difficult to play like that. If you've got a pitch that's got some bounce and some pace in it, then you can play the way he played today. But all grounds in Australia are not fast and bouncy. That's what the mistake that a lot of people make. It's only Perth and Brisbane, really. All the other grounds are quite similar in pace and bounce. As Stark bowls to Williamson, works this to mid-wicket for a quick single. Aaron Finch does the fielding, the captain. He'll be looking to get some runs tonight with the bat. and hoping that his bowlers can get a couple of more wickets. Jay says, are you concerned about Maxwell's form? I am very concerned as an RCB fan. Jay, yeah, that's just the way he plays. Look, he's never been consistent. Let's just put it that way. He's never been a consistent player. He's always been hit or miss. As Stark bowls to Conway, this one's full. Nicely dug out by Conway. Works a single to mid-off. End of the over, it's 1 for 114. After 12, we've got 12 overs down. And New Zealand going along nicely. But they'll need a bit of an acceleration in the next couple of overs. Am I concerned? Well, I'm a bit frustrated, Jay, because we know he can play better. And I'm sure you're frustrated as well as an RCB fan. You know, we know that he can play better, Glenn Maxwell. At times, he just doesn't use his brain and he doesn't play smart cricket at times, which frustrates me. And it frustrates everyone, but that's the way he plays, really. So for him, it's just about taking more time and just realizing you've got all the shots in the world. You're a very class batter. You're a skilled batter. You're a match winner. You just need to be a lot smarter with the way you go about it. That's all. Hopefully he'll get back into some form. As Sampa continues to Conway. Conway advances down the pitch, hits this over deep mid-wicket for 6. And that will bring up Devon Conway's 50. A very good shot, good use of the feet, taking on the leg spinner and Adam Zampa. And he's hit that over deep mid-wicket for 6. New Zealand 1 for 120. Good start from them. And Devon Conway, 55 for 36. Well, this is a very good start from New Zealand. I must say, very good shot from Devon Conway. Hit that down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, cow corner down there. Zampa bowls. Conway advances down the pitch, works this onto the leg side for a quick single. Coming back for 2, they'll come back easily. David Warner was a bit far away from the pitch. He was back on the rope. They'll scamper through for a couple of runs. Gurav says, I think Conway should accelerate. He has done his part. Still a lot of batting. Difference ending 180 instead of 200. Yes, we actually did. Where is it? Hang on. As Sampa bowls to Conway. Conway works this onto the offside to Pat Cummins at deep point for a single. Just a reminder of the successful run chases here at the SCG. 198 is the highest successful run chase. And that was India. That was back in 2016 against Australia. So for New Zealand, they need something around about 180, 190. But is that enough? Based on those stats that we have at the moment, probably not. Sampa bowls to Williamson. This one's short, outside off stump. Williamson glides this to deep point. Glenn Maxwell does the fielding. And it's a single. So based on those numbers there, you would think anything 190 plus is not enough. You need probably 200 or something, based on the numbers that we have at the moment on the screen. As Sampa bowls to Conway. Conway sweeps this. A bit of a slog sweep, but in the end doesn't time it, and he gets a single to Glenn Maxwell at deep mid-wicket. And the score, 1 for 125, 1 ball left of the 13th. We've got 7 overs after this. New Zealand, it's a good platform, but they will need something like 200 or something, yeah. Now then, reverse sweep and Given. Yes, Given out. Williamson is gone. He played the reverse sweep. Trapped in front, LBW. That is the end of the New Zealand captain. He's gone. And the finger of doom has been raised by Adrian Holdstock, the umpire. And he's thinking about reviewing it, Williamson. He goes upstairs just. So it's time for a review for New Zealand. I think he's pretty much out in front. People in the chat, what do you think? Out, not out? Being an umpire myself, that looked pretty good. It looked pretty plumb to me. Jay, your question. I think Maxwell being good fielder and giving more bowling options make it hard not to give him more of a chance. Well, yes, that's exactly right. He can add value with the ball and also in the field as well. Joy, you say it's out. Looks plumb to me, you say. Garav says out. I tend to agree. It looks pretty good. He's trapped in front. Don't think there's no bat involved. As we go through the process, yeah, clearly missed the bat. John says, look good. Yes, it does. Yeah, he's plumb as. He's right in front of the stumps here. He didn't want to go upstairs for the review, Williamson. Was a bit hesitant, but I think Conway said, you know what, we've got 2 left. Go upstairs and review it. But that looked pretty good to me. Plumb in front. I think that's going to go on. He hit middle stump. As we have a look at ball tracking now, pitching in line, impact is in line, wickets hitting, I'm guessing. Yep, it's hitting middle stump. And Kane Williamson's got to go. He's got to go. The umpire will confirm his decision. As we expected, he's gone, Kane Williamson, for 23 off 23. Run a ball, 23 for him. New Zealand, at the end of the over, 2 for 125. Well, that's a wicket that Australia needed. I think came at the right time. Adam Zampa getting that wicket, and that's pretty good for Australia's chances in terms of restricting New Zealand here. John, you say the Kiwis have been watching Australia struggle in the warm-ups and have decided to put us under pressure, under the pump. Well, yeah, John, I think they struggled against South Africa, New Zealand, in one of the warm-up matches. The game against India was washed out at the Gabba. So, yeah, but I think for New Zealand, what they struggle with is beating Australia in Australia. They don't have that killer instinct. They can't seem to shift that mental block that they have. So I think what I saw tonight was something different from them and say, you know what, we're not going to get pushed around by Australia anymore. We come to Australia, we don't play well. This is a T20 World Cup. We're here to win. We mean business. And I like the approach from New Zealand tonight. But as Pat Cummins continues the 14th over, he bowls to Conway, who drives, beats the man at cover. The fielder at cover stopped it from going to the boundary. Tim David does the fielding, throws it back to Glenn Maxwell, who will throw it back to Matthew Wade. In the end, they'll run 3. Dr. Jihan, you say, damn, Williamson was keeping the run rate from escalating. Yes, well, he's now gone, Kane Williamson, and that's the wicket that Australia needed. We were talking about Kane Williamson before, about, you know, should he be in the side or not? Sort of like Steve Smith in a way, really. Pat Cummins. He'll be looking to get a wicket here if he can. Obviously, Pat Cummins, the ODI captain now for Australia, which I found a bit surprising. I thought someone else was going to be ODI captain, not Pat Cummins. Anyway, he's been named captain in the last few days. Anyway, this is T20 cricket. Let's focus on this game. And then the one day is after. As Cummins bowls to Phillips. Phillips defends back down the pitch and there's no run. Australia can build pressure with the new batter at the crease. When you take wickets, you can slow the run rate down. Thanks for your comment there, Dr. Jihan. Joy, you say 100 strike rate, 23 on this pitch is just unacceptable, even for anchor like Kane. I can understand that, Joy. Obviously, we tend to go off the strike rates in T20 cricket, and a lot of batters have been criticised for their low strike rates. Cummins bowls to Phillips. This one's defended back down the pitch, and there's no run. I know KL Rahul's been criticised, Babar Azam, Mahabub Rizwan. Yeah, strike rate, obviously, you've got to have a good strike rate in terms of, you know, trying to maximise scoring runs in the 20 overs. So I can understand your point there, Joy. Jay says, I think Bolt is the key to beat Australia for the Kiwis. Well, he's dangerous, that's for sure. As Cummins bowls to Phillips, he drives through the covers for 4. And he's off the mark with a boundary, Glenn Phillips. He's an aggressive type player. And for New Zealand, 2 for 132. I think New Zealand would be disappointed. I think a bit slow at the moment. in terms of where they want to be at this stage. I think anything, they'll need a good score here. It's a pretty good surface, the SCG T20 Internationals. As Cummins bowls to Phillips, he bowls. This one's banged in short, pulled away down to the fine leg boundary. They'll only pick up a couple of runs. They'll come back for 2. Good running from Phillips. He moves on to 6. And New Zealand 2 for 134. We have 1 ball left of the 14th. Dr. Jihan says, I commented that Australia wouldn't be worried about Williamson's scoring rate before the last World Cup final. And he scored 85 at a good clip. But no one else really scored in that game. No, they didn't. Not really. He was the only one that went off, really. And obviously that's the last game that Australia and New Zealand played in a T20 World Cup. That World Cup final last year. Cummins bowls. He defends Phillips back down the pitch for no runs. End of the over. It's 2 for 134. We got 6 overs left. Where can New Zealand get to? 134 after 14. You would think it was a good start in the power play. Finn Allen went off. What is a competitive total for New Zealand? We've already talked about that in terms of the stats here at the SCG and T20 Internationals. I think we're in for a very good run chase. I would say that if the rain stays away. It looks a bit ominous with the clouds. Let's hope they stay away for the time being. Jihan, you say Pat Cummins is continuing his IPL form. We needed someone like Sam Curran to bowl 25 miles per hour. Adam Zampa back for his his 3rd or 4th over, Adam Zampa? He's 4th over. Adam Zampa back for his last over. He will bowl to Conway. He's on 62. He's done well. He bowls. This one's wide outside off stump. Conway will work this down through the offside to the fielder in the deep for a single. Joy says, I didn't see any swing from Australia in power play. Well, anything on offer was thrashed by Allen anyways. Well, it was. It didn't really do much, really. You would expect with moisture in the pitch, this one being a brand new pitch. This is the first game played at the SCG this season. So you would think it would do a little bit. It usually does in the Big Bash games that we've seen over the years here. Obviously tonight, I think Australia will be hoping for some dew, and I think that could go in their favour. Anyway, Zampa bowls to Phillips. Phillips will work this out to the fielder in the deep on the offside for a single. Just a reminder of the highest successful run chases at the SCG. India chased down 198 and 195. They're the top 2 successful run chases at the SCG. So that's something that New Zealand could base their total off. Zampa bowls. This one's down the leg side. It's called a wide delivery there. So the unsuccessful run chases, England were chasing 222. Obviously, they weren't going to get that. That was back in 2007. 187 wasn't chased down by India. That was back in 2020. Got him. Oh, is he out stump? No, I think he's safe. Nearly a stumping there from Matthew Wade. Devon Conway got his foot back just in time. Good delivery from Zampa, enticing Conway out of his crease. Devon Conway did enough to get his back foot behind the popping crease. Matthew Wade just a little bit late on that stumping, but it was a good take. In the end, Devon Conway did well. Joy says, I didn't see... sorry, I've already read that question. Sorry. My mistake. As Zampa bowls to Conway, this one's hit back down the ground for 4. Very good shot from Devon Conway. He's racing along, 63 now. Make that 67 with that boundary. And New Zealand are 2 for 141. Gurav says, good, slow, googly there from Zampa on the previous ball. Very good shot from Devon Conway. He's a very quality player. And good to see him get his opportunity. Here we go. Adam Zampa. Bowls to Conway. Up and over from Conway. Pass the man at cover. The fielder at cover. They'll come back for 2 runs. Adam Zampa tonight got the wicket of Williamson, LBW. Been a bit expensive after that, though. 1 ball left of the 15th. Australia got New Zealand 2 for 143. Dr. Jihan says, I can't see Australia bowling attack defending a score unless Australia scored 200, 220 plus. The second T20 against the West Indies was the only game I can think of Australia winning batting first in ages. Zampa bowls Conway, works this through the point region for a quick single to end the over. End of the over, it's 2 for 144 after 15. Australia will be looking for a couple of more wickets here. Try to restrict the runs and back themselves to chase down this total. Let's hope the rain stays away. Looking a bit ominous at the SCG with the clouds. That game that they played against the West Indies, Jihan, at the Gabba, obviously. And to be fair, it was against the West Indies, obviously, so we can't really make a judgment off that. During the England series, they chased. They didn't bat first at all. Tonight, they're chasing. So they backed themselves to chase. So anything that New Zealand set, we've got to remember New Zealand got 173, 172 in the final last year, and Australia chased them down. Obviously, different conditions, of course. I was in Dubai. This is in Sydney. But it looks like they could get a similar score like that tonight. Jay says, pitch slowed down or batsman not striking. As Hazelwood bowls to Conway, this one's short and pulled down to long on for a single. Conway moves on to 71. He's played well tonight, Devon Conway. 71 off 46, really set the platform with Finn Allen. Well, as I said before, Jay, this is the first game being played here at the SCG. So the pitch is brand new. It hasn't been played on before this game tonight. So you could say it's probably a mixture of both. Probably the pitch is a little bit slow, maybe too paced. Anyway, but New Zealand have done pretty well. But the game is not done yet, as they say. Still a lot of cricket to go. Australia are capable. Hazelwood bowls. Phillips swinging a miss. Try to work this over the offside. Gave himself room, backed away to leg. And in the end, he misses it. And it's a dot ball. He tried to carve that over the offside. Phillips didn't quite time it. Josh Hazelwood, as we know, very good bowler. And he'll be hoping to get a wicket here for Australia. He's got a wicket tonight. Obviously, that was Finn Allen. Aaron Finch be hoping to continue on the form from the warm-up match against India where he got 70 odd. Australia now then the rain has come. The covers are on, coming on. The umpires have said, well, it's gotten a little bit heavy. We've got to go off, I think. For rain, I think? Or is there something else? I'm not sure what's happening. It's a review. Australia's gone upstairs for a review. My mistake. I don't know why we're reviewing that. For a caught behind. I thought we were going off for rain for a minute there. And I thought, well, now then a review. He's missed it completely, Phillips. Yeah, flat line. I don't know what Australia were thinking about. Australia with the DRS. No surprises there with the DRS from Australia. Are we surprised? Not really. In the end, he missed it completely. Dr. Jihan says, I hope Aaron Finch has been practicing his coin tossing. Well, he's won the toss again, obviously, Jihan. He's won the toss how many times now? I can't believe how many times he's won, but I don't think he's lost a toss for a while. So the luck going his way, I suppose, with the coin toss. As Hazelwood bowls to Phillips. Phillips smacks this back down the ground for a boundary. And Josh Hazelwood, it's probably not the length to be bowling to Glenn Phillips. It was short. He was able to sit back and just smash that back down the ground for 4 runs. Well, tonight, Australia will be disappointed with their bowling. They could have bowled a lot better, I think, in my opinion. Maybe a bit rusty, maybe a bit nerves. Obviously, tonight's the first game of the tournament for them, technically. But 2 for 149, New Zealand. Hazlewood, fourth ball of the over. Runs up, bowls to Phillips. This one's full. And a quick single down to mid-on. Aaron Finch does the fielding. 150 up is for New Zealand. Gaming Crab says, need Conway's wicket. Yes. Gurav says, bad review. Jay says, no. Jay says, Aaron Finch is fishy. And Jay says, need to check his coin toss technique. So the good news here from the SCG is that we haven't had any rain yet, which is good. So we could get a full game in as Hazlewood bowls to Conway. Conway works this to point for a quick single. So we've got 4 overs after this. 2 for 151. New Zealand have done well. Australia need to take some wickets because we've got to remember if this game is affected by rain, Duckworth-Lewis will come into play. Let's hope it's not the case tonight. But for Australia, they will need to remember to take some wickets because it does change the target you're chasing with Duckworth-Lewis. As Hazlewood bowls, this one's left. Now it's a wide in the end. It was too wide and a signal wide by Kumar Damasina. Hazlewood not happy about that. So we've got to remember for Duckworth-Lewis, obviously, the more wickets you take, the target will be in your favour, batting second. Australia have taken 2 wickets. Let's have a look there. Oh, that one's on the wide line from Hazlewood. It's a full wide outside off stump on the wide line. On that guideline, Kumar Damasina said that was wide. Hazlewood bowls, last ball to Phillips. In the air, should be taken, and is caught and bowled by Josh Hazlewood. That is the end of Glenn Phillips. He's on his way for 12. And New Zealand lose their 3rd wicket here at the SCG. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 152 now after 16 overs. 4 overs left. Australia needed that wicket. I was just going back to Duckworth-Lewis there, as I was saying. As we know with Duckworth-Lewis, it does favour the side batting second. And for Australia, they need to take some wickets because the more wickets you take, the target will be in your favour, as I mentioned before, in terms of whatever target you need to chase in a certain amount of overs. So if the rain does come, Australia need to keep taking the wickets because that will help them with Duckworth-Lewis if the rain does come. At the moment, it looks pretty good, but you never know. The weather may turn. Gaurav says, why hasn't Mitchell Marsh bowled? Not even an over. Well, I think they're just managing him because he's coming back from that ankle injury. So they don't want him to break down, obviously. So they've got other options as well. You know, you got Storness, you got Tim David, Glenn Maxwell to bowl a few overs if required. So, there's Marcus Storness there. So you've got a few options. Jimmy Neesham comes to the crease at number 5. And he's a powerful hitter, as we know. Joy says, extra ball, taking wicket. How many times we've seen this, especially in 2022? Well, it often does, the extra ball, the over. Sorry, everyone, I just lost the stream a little bit. No, we've got it back. There we go. As soon as I rejoined the stream, Devon Conway's hit Marcus Storness. First ball, the over for 4 down the ground. New Zealand 3 for 156. Gaming Crab says, why hasn't Maxwell bowled against Conway? Not even a try for off spin against left-hander. Well, maybe because of tonight's conditions, Gaming Crab. Storness bowls to Conway. This one's short. Pulled away through square leg for a single to the man in the deep. Mitchell Stark does the fielding. Probably tonight, the weather, maybe. Probably the matchup saying, well, probably, we don't want to bowl Glenn Maxwell here. We've got other options. Aaron Finch is trying different things. So that's why we haven't seen Glenn Maxwell bowl tonight, I don't think. Jay says this Stoinis, the over from Stoinis might be a bit costly. Well, it could be. He's already bowled 3 overs. I think that's enough. But anyway, Aaron Finch has gone with his 4-4. Stoinis bowls to Neesham. This one's not timed. Hit back down the ground to David Warner at long off. And in the end, they'll pick up a single. Not really timed from Neesham. Was trying to hit that big. It was a bit of a slower ball from Stoinis, 104 kilometres per hour. Good changes of pace there. Mark Chapman padded up. He's the next batter to come in for New Zealand. New Zealand 3 for 158. I don't think it's enough, though, in my opinion. They need more to be competitive tonight. Stoinis bowls to Conway. And this one works its way out to the offside, to the fielder in the deep for a single. So Marcus Stoinis has done well after the boundary. Only singles after it. 3 singles and a 4. So 7 off the over. At least that's okay. So here we go. Stoinis in, bowls to Neesham. This one's down the leg side, pulled down to the fine leg boundary. Josh Hazelwood does the fielding. They'll run another single. Now, a bit of a reminder. Last year's T20 World Cup final, New Zealand scored 172 from memory. And Australia chased down 173 to win, as we know in that World Cup final last year. Could it be a similar score tonight? Looks like it, with 3 overs after this. Could be better tonight, maybe. Stoinis bowls to Conway. This one's short. Conway works it through mid-wicket. And in the end, they'll run a single to end the over. It's 3 for 161 after 17. We've got 3 overs left. Thanks for joining us, everyone. And Gaming Crab, your question. I don't know what different things Finch has tried, but I see only 5 bowlers. I am not watching the match. Well, he tried a lot of options tonight, Aaron Finch, purely based on different tactics, combinations, different matchups, I suppose. Not letting the batters settle with one bowler. That's why you see a lot of teams try different combinations with the bowling, because you want to see different matchups and that. Pat Cummins to bowl his last over. He'll bowl the 18th. And then you'll think it'll be Stark and Hazelwood to finish off. They've got 1 over left after Cummins has finished this 18th over. Pat Cummins runs up, he bowls to Conway. Past the umpire, he bowls. This one's 4. Conway drives this through the offside to the fielder in the deep for a single. Jay says, I think New Zealand lost momentum. Given the start, they could have aimed for 220. Yes, after the fast start, you would think that was on the cards of 200 plus. I don't think they'll get there. They've lost a wicket. Devon Conway's the big wicket. If he goes, then you've got Mark Chapman coming in, who's the new batter. So for Australia, they'll be thinking about just trying to dot it up, think about wickets, bowl your plans and execute your plans. As Cummins bowls to Neesham, this one's pulled over deep mid-wicket for 6. Well, Jimmy Neesham, he's a powerful striker, and he's hit that all the way for 6. New Zealand 3 for 168. That one was short. That's not the length to be bowling. And Pat Cummins, as Gaurav says, has been very expensive tonight. He has been. Joy says Neesham and Chapman has to do most of the hitting. Yes. Cummins bowls. This one's wide, and it's called a wide from Kumar Amasina. Pat Cummins bowling that wide delivery. Hello, Han. Hope you're well. That was just I was expecting you, Han. Bit late today, eh? But welcome nonetheless, Han. And you say, come on, New Zealand. Well, definitely an interesting game between these two nations, that's for sure. Cummins bowls to Neesham. This one's full. Neesham carves him over cover, but he'll get a single in the end for 1 run. Mitchell Starc does the fielding in the deep. New Zealand 3 for 169. A reminder of what sort of a number, what sort of numbers are we talking about? The highest successful run chase is 198 at this ground. So can New Zealand get there? 198, 195's being chased down, 165's being chased down. So for Australia, this will be a record run chase in T20s. That's if we don't have any rain. Fingers crossed we don't have rain during the innings break. Cummins bowls to Conway. This one's wide outside off stump and signalled a wide again from Kumar Dharmasena. He's been a bit busy tonight with the wides. Pat Cummins getting the line wrong. A bit too wide there. Hahn says, hello. I am gutted that Gabe isn't here. I want to enjoy the West Indies failure. He'll be hurting. He'll be hurting, Gabe. And I think all West Indian supporters will be hurting. It wasn't a great performance last night. But good on the Irish. What a win. Cummins bowls to Conway. This one's slapped. Sort of a slap shot to the man in the deep on the offside for a single. Yeah, it wasn't great. West Indies will be disappointed to lose by 9 wickets against Ireland. I don't think anyone was really surprised by that result. I thought Ireland played well. They were aggressive and they took it to the West Indies and their bowlers. And good on them for qualifying for the Super 12 versus to Zimbabwe. Sri Lanka are through in the Netherlands. And great to see them qualify. So I think it was an interesting first round that we saw before this tournament started. And hopefully the tournament as a whole will continue like that. All right. New Zealand, 3 for 172. We got 2 overs after this. Having a look at the numbers. Highest successful run chases. This will be a record chase if they are to do it, Australia. Cummins hits this down. Cummins bowls to Neesham, and Neesham works it down to long off. Tim David does the fielding. They'll come back for 2. An expensive over. Australia will be hoping for a couple of good overs from Hazelwood and Starc here. And tonight, I have to say the bowling's a little bit poor, but Australia, they've got some strong batters. They can chase down anything they can. We've got to remember they chased down 172 in last year's T20 World Cup final against New Zealand in Dubai. Cummins bowls to Neesham. It's high in the air. Should be taken. No, it's not. Glenn Maxwell was on the rope. I thought he was underneath that. In the end, they run 2. Didn't quite time it. Neesham. End of the over. It's 3 for 176. An expensive over from Pat Cummins, I should say. A couple of wides in that over. Got to be a bit better than that, Pat. Excuse me. Garaf says poor fielding. Hahn says Gabe will claim that he isn't from the Caribbean now and that he had Lucky Charms for breakfast once. So Ireland was always in his heart. Well, it could be, Hahn. You could be supporting the Irish after this. But you got to say it was a very good performance from the Irish. I watched the game last night and I was glad to see that. And I think that's what you want to see from these sort of teams. Be competitive and win games against the full member nations. I think we should see more of it. Devinder says blasphemer. Of course, blasphemer. Gabe will be saying that. Mitchell Starc about to bowl the 19th over, 3 for 176. He bowls. Conway drives to the man at cover for a single. You would think after the start New Zealand had, with Finn Allen going berserk, you would think there would be 200 by now. They'll fall short of that, I think. And I don't think it's going to be enough because as we've seen before on the graphic that I just showed, I'll pop it up again for everyone. Even 198, 195, even 165 is not enough in T20 Nationals here at this ground at the SCG. So let's see if Australia can get the job done. I think tonight, the run chase will be interesting. Starc bowls, this one full, trapped Neesham on the pads. They'll scamper through for a leg bye. Nope, for a single in the end. He got a bit of bat on that. Dr. Jihan says, let's see what Starc and Hazelwood can do. in the death overs. Yes, already a good start from Stark. That's a good delivery, full delivery at the stumps. That's what you need to do. Bowl the Yorkers. We see too many bowlers not bowl Yorkers anymore. It's a bit of a risk, but Mitchell Stark can execute the overs. Now, Australia, they're 4 minutes remaining in the innings. They're 1 over behind. The new playing condition. You've got to put a fielder back into the circle. Stark bowls to Conway. This is high in the air, in the deep, dropped by Marcus Stoinis, a deep square leg. He went for the catch. You got to say he did a very good effort to go for the catch. He saved the boundary in the end. In that instance, you got to go for the catch and back yourself. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite connect with the catch. And Conway didn't quite place that ball where he wanted to. In the end, Marcus Stoinis went for the catch. Just fell short of him. I thought he got there in the end, but just fell a couple of inches in front of him. But in the end, 2 runs. Good result for Australia. Stark bowls to Conway. This one driven to mid-off. Tim David does the fielding. They run a single. 3 for 181. Jay says, Gabe will call conspiracy theory against the West Indies. How Campbell sabotaged Hetmeyer. Hans says, Gabe and Sterling are body twins, so he was pulling for him. Jay says, Cornwall is the Matafisco. Dr. Jihan says, can Stark roll back the years here? Well, he's done well. It's a good over. 3, 4, 5 off it. So not bad with 2 balls left. Stark bowls to Neesham. This one a full toss and pulled down to David Warner at long on for a single. So that's good that it wasn't a boundary there. It's a good over for Mitchell Stark. I feel like with New Zealand, we talked about it earlier. After the good start, I think it's just stuttered a little bit. I think they would have liked more than 182 at this present time. As we go back to the graphic I just showed, that's probably not going to be enough. As we can see there on the stats, successful run chases, it's probably not going to be enough. We shall see. Stark bowls, last ball of the over. Conway drives, pass, mid-off for 4. And that's a boundary. In the 19th over with a boundary. End of the over. And New Zealand going along nicely. But just going back on the graphics here with the run chases. 198, 195. New Zealand are around about 180 now, so this will be a record run chase for Australia here at the SCG. They chased down 139. That was against the West Indies in 2010. They chased down 139. They finished and won by 8 wickets. So looking at the unsuccessful run chases on the bottom half of the table, 187 by India was not chased down. New Zealand are 3 for 186 after 19. So we're getting into that sort of territory where we don't really know what's going to happen. But based off what we've seen here in T20 Nationals, the Big Bash, it may not be enough. We shall see. But New Zealand would be disappointed. They should have got 200 after the good start, but they lost wickets, and we all know what happens there. Josh Hazlewood a bowl, the last over. Full and wide outside off stump. Good delivery from Hazlewood. Neesham unable to connect. Dot ball. Hans says, I predicted a couple of weeks ago that New Zealand will win the group game versus Australia. Then if they meet again later on, they will crumble. Could be right there, Han, but, New Zealand, this game's not over yet. Not over yet. What can they do, New Zealand, in this last over? Here we go. Hazlewood bowls. And this one's down the leg side. Neesham scampers back for a couple of runs. Good fielding from the short, fine leg fielder. Adam Zampa cuts it, stops it from going to the boundary. In the end, couple of runs. Now then, quite interesting that Australia won the toss and chose to bowl first tonight. I think that had to do about the weather, given that there is a bit of rain around. Duckworth Lewis may come into the equation. But at the moment, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty clear at the SCG. So let's see what happens. Hazlewood runs in, bowls to Neesham. This one's slapped back down the ground from Neesham. In the end, doesn't quite time it. In the end, they'll pick up a single only. So you've got to say it's a good start to the last over from Josh Hazlewood. 3 runs and a dot. Australia will probably back themselves to chase, but as I said, looking at the stats here, and a reminder, we keep going back to that. The stats don't lie here at the SCG. 198, 195 has been chased down. Hazlewood bowls to Conway. He's on 89. He's batted well tonight. He goes, and this is high in the air, top edge. It's over the top of short third man. Mitchell Starc will do the fielding, slips over, a bit wet in the outfield. They'll come back for 3 runs. Devon Conway got outside the line of off stump, trying to, I don't know what sort of shot that was, but he got a top edge on it. In the end, he got 3 runs for that. It was a full toss, got the top edge. Tried to play a ramp shot of some sort, but it went down to third man instead of fine leg. Anyway, 3 runs. Good result for New Zealand, but for Australia, they would have liked to kept that to a single or a dot, not 3. Anyway, 3 for 192. And looking at the last over here, it's been pretty good from Hazlewood. Bowls to Nisha. This one's pulled down to long on for a single. 1 ball left. Australia have done pretty well. Han says, that does seem to be the trend in World Cups. It does. It does. Especially last year's T20 World Cup. But to be honest, I don't think it will be much of a factor in Australia, but we shall see how that trend continues throughout the tournament. Dr. Jihan says, I backed Australia to chase down less than 200. Well, it looks like that at the moment, Jihan. 3 for 194. Looks pretty good. Here we go. Hazlewood bowls. And Neesham, 6. It's over the top for 6. 200 up for New Zealand, you would think. Yes, it is. It's 6 runs. End of the over. Not a good delivery from Hazlewood. He'll be absolutely disgusted with himself. 200 up for New Zealand for 3. That's a pretty good score for Australia. They will need 201. 201 to win, and that will be a record run chase at the Sydney Cricket Ground in T20 Nationals. Let's have a look at the stats. 198 is the highest. 201 will be the highest if Australia can do it. Can they do it in 120 balls? We'll find out after this. But you got to say, not a good last ball. It was good up until that point, and that's a boundary killer. That's a bowler killer. You can't concede a boundary. All righty then. So we'll have a bit of a talk about what's just happened in this first innings thus far. Hans says, I backed Maxwell and Finch to get less than 20 combined. Dr. Jihan says, but this wasn't a great bowling performance. Maybe Sam should come for Cummins. Jay says, so now Hazlewood has replaced Mitchell Starc as best T20 bowler for the Aussies. Gaurav says, last ball, good last ball for a 6. It was in the end. Hans says, would you say that this being so early in the Australian season, especially so damp, that these are closer to New Zealand English type conditions? Probably they are, Han. It is quite damp. It is quite, you got that moisture in the air. It's quite damp. So I won't be surprised by, if they are similar to English type conditions, which they most likely are. But just given the weather and that. So, it's looking like that for this T20 World Cup. But let's hope rain doesn't play a big factor. Jay says, if New Zealand bowls well, Australia can be put under pressure. Jay says, so I wouldn't say easy chase. Well, let's have a look at the numbers. And for everyone here, we'll have a look at the numbers. And looking at the table, 198 is the highest run chase, successful run chase at the SCG. India chased down 198. They finished on 3 for 200 from their 20 overs. That was back in 2016, where both Australia and India played here at the SCG. So 198 is the highest, followed by 195. So if Australia would know that, India's chased down nearly 190, 198, 195. Australia need 201 to win tonight, so that will be a record run chase at the SCG. Now, the highest unsuccessful run chase in a T20 International here at the SCG is 222. And if everyone has a good memory, that was back when England played Australia back in 2007. And that game was a pretty one-sided match. So at least they're not chasing 222. They're chasing 201. So you would say the conditions, if there is a bit of dew, a bit of moisture, then that could help. Australia need Warner and Finch to get off to a good start. I think that's a no-brainer. And the rest of the batting lineup needs to have a very good performance with the bat. In saying that, this game is far from over, as we know. But looking at the stats, for Australia to chase down 201, it will be a record run chase at the Sydney Cricket Ground. A reminder of some of the stats here at the SCG. Leading run scorer is Virat Kohli. Adam Zampa's got 9 wickets now at the ground. Obviously, he's got one tonight. Matthew Wade, most dismissals. Steve Smith, most catches. Glenn Maxwell's got a good record here at the SCG. 7 games, 154 runs. High score of 54. They will need that tonight, Australia, from him. Matthew Wade's had a good record. 4 games, 155 runs. High score of 80. So they'll definitely need that from Australia this evening. So for New Zealand, they become the 3rd team to score 200. 200, equal with India. Exactly 3 for 200. So they'll be delighted with that, New Zealand. But they'll know in the back of their minds that, we can't afford to let Australia get off to a flyer in that game. So, and obviously for Australia, they have made 200 before, or close to 200. That was 197 back in 2016 against India in that game that India chased down 198. So it can be chased down here at the SCG. So looking at the stats, it can definitely be chased. This target can definitely be chased down by Australia this evening. Looking at the numbers and the stats, obviously provided to us by ESPN Cricket Info, as you can see on your screen, it can definitely be chased down. 222 is the highest unsuccessful chase. So at least for Australia, the good news is they're not chasing 222 tonight. They're chasing 201. So they should be able to back themselves and chase it. But you have to say it was an interesting performance from New Zealand. I thought New Zealand batted well. They showed good intent, good aggressive approach from them. Finn Allen went off. He went ballistic. And I think that gave New Zealand a good opportunity to really put themselves in a good position here. 3 for 200, good score. And obviously this is a good pitch at the SCG. You see it many times in the Big Bash that 200's been scored. Teams nearly chase it down in the Big Bash. International cricket, as we had a look at the stats before, you can chase down 190 odd, even 200 to win a game here at the SCG. So 3 for 200 for New Zealand in 20 overs. Australia will need 201 to win. Let us know in the chat, everyone. Do you think it could be done? Looking at the numbers, looking at the stats, you probably think it would be done. It can be achieved. And Australia's got some very good batters. Obviously, they've been a bit iffy with form. But tonight's the night where you stand up and you try and win a game in this T20 World Cup. Australia do not like to lose tonight. That won't be ideal. For Australia, you would like to start the tournament off with a win. It should be an interesting contest, that's for sure. I think we're in for a cracking run chase. And I think it's going to be an exciting run chase, and it's going to go down to the wire. Can Australia chase it down? Can Aaron Finch continue his form? Those are question marks that New Zealand have. Australia have against New Zealand. So they'll really need to start well, Australia, if they are going to chase down these runs. So 201 for them to win. And New Zealand will be confident, but they know the past history of this ground, and they will probably say, you know what, it has been done before. So we can't afford to, let our guard down, so to speak. Hans says, Bolt in home-like conditions. Well, good luck, Australia. Well, the ball didn't really swing as much, Han. It didn't really swing as much for Australia, obviously. It may swing under lights. We shall see. But definitely didn't really swing all that much for Australia this evening. Hans says, I'm guessing that 2007 Aussie team was just a tad better than this one. Well, the likes of Gilchrist, Simons, Ponting, Michael Hussey was in that side. So, yes, you'll probably say they were a bit better than this side at the moment, Han, in 2007. But obviously they made over 222. So at least for New Zealand, at least for Australia, they didn't make 200 and 22 tonight. If they did make 220, probably 230 would have been out of reach for Australia. But Australia will back themselves. If someone can bat like a Devon Conway, get 92 not out, like he did, he batted well tonight. If New Zealand go on to win this match, which you never know, they could, then he'll be the player of the match. That's for sure. Hans says, "Oh yeah, the Kookaburra ball. Well, it doesn't swing. It doesn't swing. We all know the Kookaburra ball doesn't swing as much." He has to say, Han, did the 2017 have Lee and Warne? They had Brett Lee. Shane Warne didn't play T20 Nationals. I don't think he ever played a T20 National, Shane Warne. No, he didn't. I don't think he did. No, he didn't. No. But Brett Lee played in that game in 2007. So it will be interesting to see how they go. Centre half forward. Hello. Hope you're well. And thanks for joining us. So a reminder here of what's happened thus far. New Zealand made 3 for 200 for their 20 overs. Devon Conway, 92 not out off 58 balls. He batted well. Good partnership with Finn Allen. Really set the platform for New Zealand. 42 he made. And, Williamson, 23, 12 to Phillips, 26 not out to Neesham. The Australian bowlers were a bit expensive. Josh Hazlewood got two wickets for 41 runs. Sampa got 1 for 39. They were the only wicket takers for Australia this evening. So it was a bit quiet on the bowling front for Australia. So we're not far away from the Australian second innings. Obviously, it's a short break. Just hoping that the rain stays away. But Australia will be hoping, can the rain come so we can get this target reduced with Duckworth-Lewis? But hopefully that's not the case. And hopefully we have a great game of cricket. And hopefully we can see a very exciting run chase on our hands at the moment. Try to answer some questions in the chat. Hans Soler says, I would take Lee over all of the current bowlers. He was pretty good, Brett Lee. I did see him in the commentary box tonight. So he's definitely raring to go. Alrighty then. We're back. And the first ball was bowled by Trent Boult, and it was a dot ball. We're back. Trent Boult bowls to Warner. This one past the outside edge, and there's no run. Bit of shape from Trent Boult. That one going away from David Warner slightly. 201 for Australia to win. Can they do it? We've talked about it. It's possible. Here at the SCG, you can definitely chase down a score of 190 plus, as we saw on the stats that I provided a little bit earlier. Jay says, who else was in the English commentary? Well, there's Adam Gilchrist. Shane Watson was there. That's who I saw in the commentary box there, Jay. So they're a part of the commentary team for this T20 World Cup. Boult bowls to Warner. Warner hits it straight to the fielder at cover for no run. So David Warner, Aaron Finch, the key for Australia. If they are going to chase down 201, which is possible, as we had a look at the stats, 190 odd has been chased down. They will need a good opening partnership, preferably a 100-run partnership if they can. If they get a 100-run partnership, then they're doing good. Well, the good news is that the rain has not affected this match tonight. There was a lot of rain forecast, but at the moment, so far, so good. Let's hope it stays away. Bolt bowls to Warner. Outside edge, just wide of first slip, and it's racing away to the boundary for 4. David Warner's off the mark. He'll take that. Trent Boult looks threatening early on with this new ball. He has a bit of a smile on his face, Trent Boult. I think he's going to be the strike bowler for New Zealand. And probably Lockie Ferguson as well with the extra pace. This one just swinging back into the left-hander of David Warner. Got the outside edge. In the end, just wide of that slip. Jimmy Neesham. And it races away to the boundary. New Zealand, they need to take early chances if they are going to win this match. They're not going to underestimate Australia. And Australia has chased down 200 before. Jay says Gabe can come on for Spanish commentary. Well, you can speak a bit of Spanish. Boult bowls to Warner, works this through mid-wicket for a quick single. Aaron Finch will be on strike for the first time this evening. There was a lot of talk before the match that Aaron Finch and Trent Boult, obviously in terms of the rivalry that they have, obviously Finch doesn't have a good record against Trent Boult. We saw that in the ODIs against Australia and New Zealand. Han says, if Gabe sets foot in Australia, he is being deported to Pitcairn Island. Thanks for that, Han. Boult about to bowl his last ball, the first server. Runs up, he bowls to Finch. Finch tries to drive on the back foot, plays and misses. It's the end of the over. It's none for 5 after 1. Australia off the mark, and they'll be looking to chase down these runs. So we talked about Australia chasing down 200. Having a look at the run chases between Australia and New Zealand, 200 has been chased down before. Now, that was back in 2018. That was at Eden Park, and that was when Australia chased down New Zealand's 243. And obviously, Eden Park is a lot smaller than the SCG, obviously, but David Warner and Darcy Short had a good partnership of over 100 plus it was at the time. So Australia will be looking to chase down 200 against New Zealand in the T20 National for the second time ever. And that was 244. This is 201. So this will be the second highest run chase if they can do it. Han says it's where the HMS Bounty mutineers were marooned. Really? Oh, thank you, Han. Jay says, you worked as an umpire in Australia. Must be tough. Do bowlers or batsmen pressure you? I think... well, certainly when you're, trying to answer an appeal, yes, you feel a bit pressured a little bit, but as an umpire, you have to try and ignore that and, bowled him, he's knocked him over. Tim Southey has knocked over David Warner. That's the start New Zealand needed in this run chase. Bowled him, he tried to pull it, David Warner, and he chopped it on back onto the stumps. That's not the start Australia needed. New Zealand, can they defeat the defending champions? Oh, David Warner, he went to pull it, went back onto his leg, then onto his bat, then back onto the stumps. How unlucky can you get? Warner is gone, and Australia 1 for 5. It is tough, but you have to really try to ignore that and just really, just call it how you see it, really. If you think it's out, it's out. If you think it's not out, it's not out. But, it can get a little bit intimidating, but, players are going to be disgruntled either way. If you give someone out or not out, they're either going to say, oh, that should have been out or not out. Garav says it's tough now. Yes, but it's not ideal for Australia losing that wicket. Han says, imagine being an umpire and hearing these words, let's go, for the love of Pete, that's Plum, and of course, Dominicano. Mitchell Marsh arrives at the crease at number 3. Australia 1 for 5. Australia will be hoping the rain will come and probably try and change this total if they can, obviously. Let's hope the rain doesn't come because we're in for an exciting match. But as we had a look at the stats, it can be possible. You never say never. Southey bowls to Marsh. Marsh defends back down the pitch. It's no run. Dot ball. You never know. But for Australia, it would not be ideal if they lose today's game. Unlucky David Warner tried to pull it, came back onto his body, then back onto the bat, and then onto the stumps. Not ideal, you have to say. And David Warner would not be happy with that dismissal. He smiled about that, David Warner, but I don't think he'll be smiling. He'll be disappointed. Southey bowls to Marsh. This one's an outside edge. Trickles behind square on the offside for a single. Marsh is off the mark. Aaron Finch on strike, yet to get off the mark. He's faced one ball. Jay says Gabe's favourite word is hootied. Oh, it is. I think he would have been saying that in tonight's game if someone went over that 50-run mark barrier, but no one did. But New Zealand, it's a good start, but they know the job is not done yet. Southey bowls to Finch. This one traps Finch on the pads, but it's going down the leg side, and it's a dot ball. 201 Australia need to win this first game. New Zealand have given themselves a good chance, but at the SCG, we know that 200 can be chased down. As we've seen at the stats, 190 odd has been chased down on 2 occasions. So this game is certainly alive and well. Han says, Gabe only says hootie because Nick looks like a blowfish. Southey bowls to Finch. Finch drives this to Williamson down to mid-off for no run. Joy says Finch needs to play big innings like Conway played. Well, Australia, for them to win this game, they need someone to play like a Devon Conway, that's for sure. Someone to make a big century or some sort, or a big score. For Australia, they need a good partnership here. If they get a good partnership, they get to 100, then they'll start backing themselves to chase down this turtle if they can. Southey bowls to Finch. Finch works this to mid-wicket for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 7 after 2. Not ideal. Australia 1 for 7 after 2. They lost the wicket of David Warner in that last over. They'll be hoping that Marsh and Finch can get the job done. Garau says Biggie. Yes, well, sadly, one of the Australian batters need to play a big innings here to try and win this match. Han says England need to be watching this and play the Ashes in March next year. Well, they're playing the second game tonight, Han. They're playing against Afghanistan and Perth after this game. Unfortunately, we won't be live streaming that match. We'll be only live streaming Australian matches and the semi-finals and the final throughout this T20 World Cup. But that's the second game tonight. What a shot from Aaron Finch. First ball has gone up the Bill O'Reilly stand for 6. That's more like it from Aaron Finch. That's the Aaron Finch of old. And he's whacked Trent Boult, first ball for 6. I like that intent from Aaron Finch. Don't let Trent Boult settle. There's been a bit of talk about Aaron Finch and Trent Boult in the lead up to this match, how Boult's got a good record on Finch, but that was a biggie, 102 metres. This pitch is a pretty good pitch. And Boult has been dispatched up the Bill O'Reilly stand for 6 here at the SCG. Trent Boult, well, expensive first ball. He's gone for 6. None for 11. Jay says, isn't John Campbell banned for doping? Apparently, Jay, he is banned for 4 years, apparently. That's what I heard. Joy says that was big. Yes, it was, 102 metres. Jay says Finch looks more in form than Warner, to be honest. Well, his T20 form's been okay. Boult, Bowls to Finch. He drives back down the ground. He beats mid on and beats mid off for 4, and it races away for a boundary. Australia are putting down their foot, and the accelerator is being applied. They're 1 for 17. It was a full delivery from Bolt. It was swinging, trying to swing back into the right-hander. Didn't quite do enough. Aaron Finch did well. Hit that straight back down the ground for 4 runs. This is a good start from the Australians in this over to Bolt. Pressure on Trent Bolt. 10 off the over. We've got 4 balls left. He runs up, he bowls to Finch. This one's short. Finch works it to point, and it's a dot ball. Good comeback from Bolt. Pressure on New Zealand. They know that this game is not done. We haven't got the 2 points yet. Hahn says, I imagine seeing Australia struggling in cooler and more damp conditions should be making the ECB say, you would love Headingley in our springtime. Oh, yes. Headingley can be a bit lively, the pitch there, as Bolt bowls to Finch. This one driven off the back foot, but he finds the man at point for no run, Aaron Finch. Glenn Phillips does the fielding. Well, it's been a good over from Australia. It's for Aaron Finch, it's just about trying to get into the game, get into his groove and rhythm. He's already done that. Australia 201 to win. Judging by how this pitch is played tonight, I think it's a pretty good pitch. And as Bolt bowls to Finch, outside edge, and it races away down to the third down boundary. It's going to go for 4, is it? No, it isn't. Good fielding. And they'll come back for 2. Overthrow, maybe? Nope. They'll just settle for 2 runs. Aaron Finch off to a good start, 13 off 9. Hahn says Campbell is banned for evading dope tests, not for actually doping. Yes, I did see that. Obviously, I think he's appealing it or something like that, Campbell, but we shall see how that plays out. Jay says, can Australia bear the heat or cold better? Well, we prefer the heat, that's for sure. As Bolt bowls to Finch, Finch drives to the fielder at cover. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 19 after 3 overs. It's been pretty good from Australia. 1 for 19 after 3. 201 they need to win. Can they do it? Well, they lost David Warner, but you would think they can do this. We certainly like the heat. We don't really like the cold. Prefer more of the hot weather, to be honest, Jay. Hahn says, Jack, for the UK springtime, imagine 6 degrees Celsius and the pitch being like a bog. Nice film of frost overnight too. Yeah. Ooh, ouch. Wouldn't like to be batting on that. Mitchell Sattner into the attack. This is going to be where Australia really got to put the pressure on New Zealand, their spinners. Mitchell Sattner, to me, he can take wickets. But he's not really that wicket taker at regular intervals. More Ish Sodhi is, and he's playing tonight, Ish Sodhi. So definitely the spinners are going to be the key for Australia. Look to attack them, look to put pressure on them. Don't look to get them into their groove. Use your feet, get down to the pitch, put them off their line length. As Sattner bowls to Marsh, this one's defended back down the pitch for no run. This is where Australia can really go at it for New Zealand. Jay says, less ultraviolet otherwise. Yes. As Sattner bowls to Marsh. Marsh sweeps behind square on the leg side for 4. That's a very good shot from Mitchell Marsh. Got down to the ball. He swept it on the bounce. Behind square on the leg side. That's a good boundary to begin this over. Just on the stumps there from Sattner. Got a little bit straight. Marsh was able to work that and sweep it behind square. And New Zealand did not have any fielders back there on the rope. Here we go. Sattner to Marsh. Bowls, and Marsh gets a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad. In the end, no run. Hahn says you get to see steam when you breathe out. The Aussies will love it. Yeah. Well, they don't really love it when they go over there to play the Ashes in cold conditions when it's raining. Be interesting to see how the Ashes will go next year. Gaurav says, shot of the evening so far, over covers. I'm not sure if you're ahead of me or behind, Gaurav, but I'm guessing you're ahead. Satner bowls to Marsh. What a shot! What a shot from Marsh. You are ahead of me, Gaurav. What a shot over the covers for 6. And in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand, he's hit that for 6, Mitchell Marsh. What a shot. And Australia are starting to put the foot down. Yeah, I thought so, Gaurav. A little bit behind you there. I'm on a different stream, that's why. The game, all the T20 matches for Australia are being broadcast on free-to-air instead of also on pay TV as well. So the stream I'm on's on free-to-air TV. So it's a little bit behind in the pay TV one. So, but nonetheless, thanks for those comments ahead in the future, Gaurav. Just making me excited for whatever I'm about to see. Satner bowls to Marsh. This one's worked to square leg for a single. It's a good over thus far. 11 runs off it. A couple of dots, a single, and a 6 and a 4. John says Australia needs to stop picking out the fielders, both for runs and no wickets based on prior form. Well, yes. Well, they're just starting to find the gaps now, John. They're just starting to find the gaps. And this serve has been expensive from Satner. 11 off it, 1 ball left of the 4th. Satner bowls. Finch gives himself room on the offside, but he's hit it straight to the man at cover. That is the end of Aaron Finch. Satner gets his 2nd wicket. New Zealand get the breakthrough. And that is the end of Aaron Finch. The Australian captain's gone. 4 overs are done. Australia are 2 for 30 after 4. Well, Australia 2 for 30 after 4. He just picked out the man at cover there. Kane Williamson's delighted with that. He's smiling. He's happy. But for New Zealand, this is not the place to be complacent. You've got 2 wickets. Now it's time to switch back on and get back on to doing the job. Let's not get carried away here. That's what I would be saying if I'm Kane Williamson. Yeah, we've got 2 wickets. Okay. But they've still got a lot of batters in the shed. You know, if we want to win this match, we've got to be clinical and we just got to focus on the next ball and the next server and the next wicket and try and, you know, hope for the best. Hans says, I'm ahead 2. Gabe is in jail and Nick is in the funny farm. Australia, 2 down for 30. Glenn Maxwell arrives at the crease at number 4. Need a big innings from him today if Australia are going to win this match. Jay says, save Rishabh Pant. Joy says, that was straight to the fielder. Yes, it was. Didn't quite pick the gap there, Aaron Finch. Southey bowls to Marsh, who defends back down the pitch for no run. Hans says, Satner is always expensive. One of those Sams/Curran type T20 players. Yeah, he is. Aaron Finch did not quite get enough elevation there. Kane Williamson caught that delivery. There at around about cover. And couldn't believe that he caught it, actually. Southey bowls to Marsh, who flicks Tim Southey over fine leg's head for 4. Fine leg was up in the circle. And good shot from Mitchell Marsh. He was able to get inside the line and flick it and help it on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Very good shot from Mitchell Marsh. And he's batting very good. Very well, I should say. Very good shot. Fine leg was up. Over his head for 4. And Australia need to pick out boundaries in the power play. We've got 2 overs. Well, 1 over after this as Southey bowls to Marsh. And Marsh hits it straight back down the pitch for no run. Joy says Australia is struggling. But at the moment, they are 2 for 34. It's not an ideal start, but they'll be hoping to get a partnership, get back on track. 201. It can be chased down. We've seen here at the SCG, you can chase down 190 plus. On 2 occasions, that was by India. back in 2016 when they chased that down. Southie bowls to Marsh, an appeal for LBW. The umpire's unmoved. The umpire says not out. Tim Southie was convinced. He was excited. The umpire nods his head. He says not out. Kane Williamson's just inquiring, is it height? Was it going over? You got to tell me if we're going to go upstairs for the review. Was it height? And I think they agreed it was height. Probably outside the line maybe, but the umpire did not give it out. So a dot ball in the end after that. Jay says Australia are a bit weak against spin and New Zealand has good spinners. Well, they do in Sodhi and they have Satner in the side as well. That one probably just outside the line with that LBW. Tim Southie was convinced. John says, shouldn't have said anything. Well, yes, and then Aaron Finch went. Commentator's curse. Hi, yeah. And Marsh is gone. Marsh is gone. Caught at long on. New Zealand have got Australia 3 down for 34. The Kiwi supporters are loving this. Australia are collapsing again with the top order. Southie has got to... Well. Could this be a sign and an omen that New Zealand will finally break the hoodoo and finally win a game in Australia in T20 cricket? They're on track to do it. Jimmy Neesham takes the catch. The big wicket of Marsh, he is gone. Australia 3 for 34. Marsh gone for 16. Marcus Stoinis will come to the crease, I'm guessing. He needs some runs. Joy says this pair needs to have 100 runs partnership. Well, that's not going to happen now, Joy, because it's been broken. Han says if Maxwell gets less than 7, then I am a clairvoyant. Joy says that looked impact outside the line. Yes, it did. Joy said no need for review. No. In the end, they decided not to do that. Jay says Southie's underrated player. Well, he goes underneath the radar, South. He gets the job done. Australia 3 for 34. Glenn Maxwell yet to face a ball. Marcus Stoinis out in the middle. Australia 3 for 34, the first game of the tournament in the Super 12 stage. They're chasing 201. If we have to be honest tonight, their bowling was not good. It was a little bit poor. And you have to say with the batting at the moment, it's been a little bit poor with the shot selection, picking out the fielders, to be honest. And for Mitchell Marsh, he probably didn't need to play that shot at that time. Just look to build the singles, 2s and 3s if you can, and hit the odd boundary. Marcus Stoinis, what can he do? He needs some runs with Maxwell. Southie bowls and Stoinis defends. There's no runs at the end of the over. 5 overs down, 1 over left in the power play. New Zealand lost 3 wickets in their entire innings. Australia have lost 3 wickets for 34 and 5 overs. You've got to say that's not good enough from Australia. You've got to be better than that. You've got to be none down for 34, not 3 down. Otherwise, you're just going to be behind the 8 ball. Gaurav says, now only Gabe Powers can save Australia if he supports New Zealand. Well, he supports Australia, Gabe. He'll be definitely supporting Australia in this T20 World Cup, obviously, seeing that the West Indies are out. Han says, Jack, did you see the Rashid Khan interview with Eoin Morgan yesterday? He said there is too much grass on the pitches for the spinners to be effective. No, I haven't, Han. I will try and watch that interview that he did with Eoin Morgan. I didn't see it, but I did see it on Sky Sports' YouTube channel. Lockie Ferguson comes to the crease. And he provides that extra pace. He will bowl to Maxwell, who's yet to face. On strike now, Maxwell works this to mid-on for a quick single. Off the mark. Australia 3 for 35 after 5 and a bit overs. Well, Mitchell Marsh, he tried for the big shot and he hit it straight down long on's throat. The New Zealand supporters are cock-a-hoop. And they're pretty excited, I can tell you, in the crowd. For New Zealand, this will be big, definitely. Obviously, they haven't had a great time of it in Australia when it comes to T20 cricket or one-day cricket. as we had a look at the stats earlier before this stream today, they haven't won a game in Australia in T20 cricket. So I think they're looking to break that drought tonight. It looks pretty good at this stage, but Stoinis and Maxwell, they can definitely be a partnership here. They can definitely get Australia back on track and get some momentum back in the innings. Ferguson bowls to Stoinis. It beats the man at backward point. In the end, there's no run. Australia will be hoping that Stoinis and Maxwell can do something special. We know what they can do. Let's see what they can do. A lot of the supporters at the ground cheering on both teams. Ferguson bowls to Stoinis, who works this through to square leg for a quick single. Good running. Australia will need to run a lot of singles, 2s and 3s. John says, deja vu, Australia haven't learnt much from their warm-ups. No, they haven't. They haven't indeed, John. I tend to agree with you there. It's been a bit disappointing. You've got to say the David Warner one was a bit unlucky. He hit the ball, he tried to hit it, tried to pull it, came back into his body, then back onto his bat, then onto the stumps. So with that one, I think he was a bit unlucky. As Ferguson bowls to Maxwell, this one's defended, back down the pitch, no run. The one with Mitchell Marsh, that was probably just poor execution, probably didn't need to do that. Aaron Finch, the same as well. So a couple of shots that Australia shouldn't have played, I should say. Glenn Maxwell, what can he do? Can he get Australia back on track with Stoinis and a partnership required here? Ferguson bowls to Maxwell. He bowls and Maxwell outside edge down to the third man boundary for a single. He moves on to 2 of 3. Hans says, I wonder if Ian Smith is mentioning that underarm ball on commentary. He probably will, Han. He probably will. It happened many, many years ago. Han, you say, if Australia go out in the groups, which if they lose this, England will crush them and they will pretty much be gone, will it affect attendances? Ferguson bowls to Stoinis. This one's defended for no run to point. It probably will, because you expect the home side to qualify for the semis. Look, Australia lost against England last year, and they were able to turn it around and win. Now, if they go on to lose this match tonight, it's probably the same thing. We lost the first game. We have to win the next few to qualify. Now, you would think they'll win against Afghanistan and Ireland, and you'll probably think they'll win against Sri Lanka in Perth, which is the second game on Tuesday. They'll probably win against them, given that Sri Lanka with the bounce and pace are going to be unsettled. So you'll think they'll win 3 games. If they lose against England or New Zealand, then it could be a bit interesting. But, this tournament's only just started, so anything can happen. England could lose to New Zealand. New Zealand could beat England. You never know. Afghanistan may win against England tonight. You just don't know. It's just an unpredictable format, T20 cricket. Mitchell Starc continues. Australia 3 for 37 after 6. End of the power play. 201 to win. Satner, he will be in to bowl to Maxwell, who's on strike. Satner bowls to Maxwell. Maxwell works this through mid-wicket for a single. He slipped over, tried to go for the second run. In the end, they just settle on the single. Glenn Maxwell there, just trying to go for the second run. A bit greasy out there with the ground being wet, the moisture, the spikes not quite going into the pitch. Han says, come on, Glenn, make me look like Nostradamus. Yes, to say, Han, I can see New Zealand only losing to England or vice versa. So 4 wins each for them, in my opinion. Satner bowls to Stoinis, tries to sweep, plays and misses. Nearly bowled him, nearly hit the off stump, and there's no run. Mitchell Satner with his variations. Stoinis trying to go for the sweep, nearly hit the off stump. Marcus Stoinis has batted a little bit better over the last few weeks, I've noticed from him. But, you can never write off anything, Han. Anything can happen. We shall see over the next few weeks and days. Satner bowls to Stoinis. He tried to hit this off through the offside. In the end, got an inside edge, went over behind square on the leg side for a single. And another run onto the turtle. Yeah, just beats Conway. Gets away with it, single. Australia need to start motoring, but they also need to develop a partnership here. Satner bowls to Maxwell, who glides this through the covers for a single to the fielder in the deep. They'll pick up a single. 3 for 40 for Australia. A lot of people at the ground today. Satner bowls to Maxwell. This one's chopped down behind square, down to short third man for no run. So we've got one ball left of this 7th over. What can Australia do? Satner bowls to Stoinis. This one outside off stump, and Stoinis doesn't beat the fielder and Kane Williamson at cover. They run a single in the end. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 41. After 7, Australia need 201 for victory. New Zealand in the box seat at this stage. But anything can happen. Hans says, I would have thought they would have kept England and Australia apart, so you could have a big potential semi-final. Yes, but, it's the way that the ICC do the groups, I think. Obviously, they were in the same group last T20 World Cup, so they've done the same this time around. The only change is that New Zealand came from the other group to this group, and Afghanistan as well. So they've changed it around a little bit. Bangladesh has gone into the other group. They were in Group 1, same with South Africa. So I think they just swapped them around, to be honest, Han, and just said, you know what, New Zealand, you're in this group, Afghanistan, and then Bangladesh and South Africa, you're in the other group. So they just swapped it around, basically. Whoever was playing in last year's T20 World Cup. Sodi is into the attack. Good morning, Renell. I hope you're well. Sodi bowls to Stoinis, defends. And there's no run. Good start from Sodi. Hope you're well, Renell. Obviously, a bit disappointed about the West Indies performance, of course. Not a very good T20 World Cup from the West Indies as Sodi's bowls to Stoinis. Pulls this through mid-wicket. And he'll pick up a couple of runs. Mitchell Satner will cut it off. They'll come back for 2. Yes, just woke up, Renell. Yes, early hours in the morning over there. But thanks for joining as always, Renell. John says, well, it's game on now, even if the rain comes. Not that I think it will. Now, we've been very lucky with the rain tonight. It's good that we've got a full game in. And surely this game should go down to the wire. I'm hoping that it will. I've got a feeling that it might. You never know in T20 cricket. As Sodi bowls to Stoinis, works this from mid-wicket again for another single. Australia trying to rebuild a partnership, trying to get back on track. Renell says, nope, I'm not happy. Don't need to wake up early anymore. Well, you don't, Renell. Obviously, the West Indies are not playing, so. You also say, but Max said earlier they will struggle to qualify. Yeah, well, a lot of people said that. As Sodi bowls to Maxwell, Maxwell finds Tim Southey at long off, and you'll come through for a single. Han says, I guess there is an outside chance of an England-Australia final, which would be the best for the box office. I guess so at the MCG, full house. Yeah, it would be. As Sodi bowls to Stoinis, who works this down to long on for a single. Australia working the singles, I think. For them now, it's just about trying to occupy the crease, build a partnership. New Zealand know that this game is not done yet. There's probably some dew around on the pitch. I'm not sure. I'm not listening to the commentary. but I'm guessing there may be a little bit of moisture on the surface. Help the ball skid on a little bit. Sodhi, last ball of the over to Maxwell. He bowls reverse sweep in front of square on the leg side for 4. He plays that shot so well, Glenn Maxwell. This is what he can do. The 50 up for Australia. End of the 8th. It's 3 for 50 after 8. And Australia are not out of this yet. Still game on. Anything can happen in this match. Gaurav says, Maxwell, good shot. Yes, it was. He plays that shot so well. Hans says, Maxwell, you bludger. You have made me look stupid now. Renell says, interesting shot. Well, in the end, a very good shot. Got a boundary. And Australia will be looking to try and get as many runs as they can in this partnership. We've got Tim David to come and Matthew Wade. Hopefully not required. Hopefully these two can get the job done for Australia. Now, Mitchell Satner back into the attack to Stoinis. Now, Gaurav says, this will break your heart, Jack. Blinder it is. Really? Is it a catch? I haven't seen it yet. Renell says, is it a full stadium? Yes, it is. It's a sellout at the SCG today. I'm hoping it's not. I'm guessing it is. What a catch, yeah. Joy says, what a catch. Up in the air from, Stoinis, I think. Oh, what a catch. Oh, I see why people said, what a catch from Glenn Phillips. Well, you would think New Zealand are on the way to victory. Yeah, no worries, Renell. Yeah, it's a full house. Very full house tonight at the SCG for this game. Very good catch from from Glenn Phillips, Marcus Stoinis. Yet again, Australia find a fielder. Art Disorder says New Zealand. Han says it is a coincidence that since Gabe gave his support to the West Indies, that they have massively declined in just 2 years. Marcus Stoinis gone. Australia 4 for 50. He's gone for 7. Pretty disappointing, to be honest, from Marcus Stoinis this evening. And you have to say from Australia, you think probably the occasion and probably the nerves and probably a little bit complacent tonight, I'm guessing, due to this performance. It hasn't been great from them. Let's hope Tim David can get a run here. Well, to be honest, as an Australian supporter, I'm quite disappointed, really. Look, when you support any team, of course, you're disappointed when they're 4 down for 50 odd and keep making the same mistakes, to be honest. But you've got to say New Zealand were up for it tonight. And we've seen a very different New Zealand side tonight against Australia. And that's racing away to the boundary. Tim David off the mark. He'll be cut off for 2. Australia 4 for 52. Now then, Renell says, what did Australia did wrong here? Well, Renell, they conceded 200 runs with the ball and they've lost wickets at the wrong time. That's what's happened. As Mitchell Satner runs up, bowls to David. David, bit of an inside edge behind square on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 3. Can Tim David do something special with Glenn Maxwell? Get Australia back on track in this match. We keep saying it, New Zealand, yes, on top. 4 for 53, Australia. But Tim David, Glenn Maxwell can do something here. Very powerful hitters. Strikers of a cricket ball. They can definitely do something here. Satner bowls to Maxwell. And this one's driven back down the ground to long off for a single. The end of the 9th over. We're nearly halfway through this match. And Australia are 3 for 54 after 9. John says maybe an 80-run shellacking will wake up Australia. Well, you just have to say New Zealand have been very good at the moment. And for New Zealand, if we go back to the stats, obviously, They haven't won a T20 in Australia. So for them tonight, this is a big thing for New Zealand. As we know, they've been pushed around by Australia many times. Look, for me, I'm sort of caught in two minds tonight. It may surprise a few people. I do support New Zealand as well, even though Australia and New Zealand don't like each other. Well, I support New Zealand as well, and Australia and New Zealand are my favourite teams, of course. Australia's number one, New Zealand's number two. But if New Zealand do well and win this tournament, I'll be happy. I was happy last year that Australia won the tournament. So anyway, Ish Sodhi into the attack. Ready to go with his leg spinners. He runs up, he bowls. Reverse sweep from Glenn Maxwell, and he hits it straight to the man in the deep for a single. He got one away for a boundary. Hans Soler says, I can Ian Smith in my mind. Icehouse, NXS, Men at Work, Neighbours, Home and Away, Skippy, your boys took one hell of a beating. Sports Breakdown, Powan. Welcome. Says, a disaster for Australia right now, but Southey bowled beautifully in the power play. He did. 2 wickets there that he got. Hans says, everything that comes out of Gabe's mouth is PP2. As Sodhi bowls to David. David hits it straight to Williamson at cover for no run. Sports Breakdown says, need a blinder from Maxwell and Tim David right now, or else unlikely to win this right now. Yes, they do. Partnership required. Han says, be honest, Jack, it's England first. No, Han. It's never England first. It's always Australia first. Sodhi bowls to David, squares him up. Outside edge, runs down to the third man boundary for a single. Maxwell and David, what can they do? That was more out of the front of the hand from Ish Sodhi with his leg spinner, more front of the hand rather than the back of the hand coming over the wrist. Sodhi runs up, bowls to Maxwell. Maxwell carves this down to long off for a single again. Australia race to 4 for 57. Renell says, I predicted New Zealand will win last year. That didn't happen. I also predicted New Zealand will do well. Well, they started well already, Renell. And it's going to be interesting to see how they go in this tournament. As Australia, can they do something special? You never know. Sodhi bowls to David. David sweeps behind square on the leg side for a single. And that will move the score to 4 for 58. We have one ball left at the 10th. We're nearly halfway through. Hans says it was a reference to when Norway beat England at soccer for the first time ever. He went on a rant. Maggie Thatcher, Winston Churchill, and other names. You boys took one hell of a beating. He also say, Han, by he, I mean the Norwegian commentator. Sodhi bowls to Maxwell, who carves this over cover for 6. No, 4. Sorry, my mistake. Got a bit excited. 1 bounce 4, end of the over. It's 4 for 62. 4 for 62 after 10. It's halfway through. We're going to have a drinks break. Australia need 201 to win. They've got Glenn Maxwell at the crease and Tim David, who's at the crease as well. Now, this is a perfect opportunity to do a bit of a trivia question, everyone. We've got 4 trivia questions between Australia and New Zealand. If I can get it right on my screen here. Whoops. A little bit. There we go. Okay. Now, if most people can read that. Now, we've got some trivia questions for Australia and New Zealand. Bit of fun. I thought Channel 9 used to do this back in the day with trivia. Obviously, with some trivia questions. Australia versus New Zealand, T20 Nationals. Question 1 for everyone. Which venue hosted the first ever T20 National between Australia and New Zealand? Was it A, the MCG, B, Eden Park, or C, the Adelaide Oval? So that's question 1. Question 2, who is the leading run scorer in T20 Nationals between Australia and New Zealand? Is it A, Finch, B, McCullum, C, Maxwell, or D, Martin Guptill? Let me know your answers in the chat. Be interesting to see who can get it right. We've got 2 more questions after this. So once everyone gets their responses, I'll see who got it right, and you win a point. I did say his name earlier in question 2. If you were listening earlier, I did say his name. Bit of a clue. He's one of world cricket's most destructive batters, and he's done pretty well. Another clue: he's got a double century in one-day cricket, so that narrows it down. Get your responses in. We've got 2 more questions after this. I thought it was a bit of fun, just to do something different. Han, you're a comedian. Dr. Jihan says, I have to say this has been a terrible performance from Australia. Off the pace right from the start. Stark rated up and bowling half volleys in the first over. Set the tone. Yeah, I did. I have to agree with you there, Jihan. Probably just a bit of a lack of intensity today. Probably overexcited, maybe just complacent about going into this first match and saying, well, let's try and hit the ground running. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Okay. Trivia question, the answers. Question 1. Han, you're correct. You win a gold star, Han. You win a point. It was B, Eden Park. It was in 2005. And that was the first ever T20 national to be played. And Australia won, of course. Question 2, people have said Han, you said McCullum. Renell, you said McCullum. The answer is D, actually, Martin Guptill. Martin Guptill, actually. He's not playing today. He scored over 460-odd runs. And pretty much the other options there are pretty much the top 4, really. As Tim David hits a 6, first ball. What a shot from Tim David. I think that was a 6. I wasn't quite looking. It was a 6, sorry. What a shot. This is what he can do, Tim David. Very good shot. Hit that in front of square on the side, down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6. Over the rope, hit the side, hit the fence on the full. And that's a proper 6. Satner bowls to David, who pulls away high into the air and out. Gone. Tim David is gone. Australia are 5 for 68. 6 and out, as they say in backyard cricket. That is the end of Tim David. Frustrating. Didn't need to do that. You've already hit a 6. Pick off a single and a 2. It was a short ball. He dragged that outside off stump. He pulled it, and he picked out Jimmy Neesham. New Zealand, they've been good in the field. They've caught everything. They've fielded well. They've been on from ball 1. New Zealand are on top here at the SCG. David gone for 11. Well, there was a lot of talk about Tim David in this T20 World Cup, and I've got to say, I think it's been a bit overrated, to be honest. Yeah, we know he's a big hitter. I'm a little bit frustrated, but you don't need to do that, really. I think that was not the right option to go. Matthew Wade comes at the crease. And Australia 5 for 68. Maxwell out there, 16. Wade on 0. Australia, I got to say, this has been quite pathetic, to be honest. I know that's a strong word, but, it is, really. It's just not good enough. You're going to play the T20 World Cup like this and you're going to win. Well, based off tonight's performance, no. I don't really show my emotions and get quite angry, but I'm really ticked off at the moment because I know Australia can play better than this. Hopefully in the next game against Sri Lanka in Perth, hopefully it's a better performance than this. And you would expect Australia to beat New Zealand in Australia, but unfortunately that hasn't been the case. But yeah, just very angry tonight. Obviously that's the Australian supporter in me, but also New Zealand, good for them. I think they've played well tonight. As Matthew Wade drives back down the ground for a single to mid-off, he's off the mark. Now, going back to the trivia question, question 1 was B. That was Eden Park. And question 2 was D. That was Martin Guptill. So those were the questions there, and most people got it right, which is good. So we'll come up with the next 2 questions in a minute. Joy says it's over. Well, I wouldn't say that, Joy. You never know. Anything could happen. And that's a good shot from Glenn Maxwell. Got it past short third man for 4. Reverse sweep. And Glenn Maxwell, he can be the one to get Australia back on track. The Australian bench looking pretty disappointed, and they should be, to be honest. The bowling was pretty poor, and the batting at the moment has been pretty poor as well, to be honest. It's got to be a little bit better in the next game. Defending champions, you've got to be a bit better than you've been showing, to be honest. Not really happy, if I have to say that as an Australian supporter. All right. Han, I'll get to your question. You say, to be fair, the run rate to David, the run rate is huge, so he has to get a lot of boundaries, place the blame on the top order. Yeah, but, you just didn't need to do that. After you hit a 6, pick it off for a single and show that smart batting. Not just play a big shot again and just get out. You're just giving away a wicket. You don't need to do that. You've already hit a 6. Work it for a single and 2s. Build a partnership. Get better. With Tim David, we've seen that from him. He gets in, then gets out by doing that. And I think he needs a little bit, better. I don't show my emotions all that much on the podcast, but I'm really ticked off at the moment. I'm not happy because you expect better, and you expect batters to be a lot smarter than we've seen tonight. I'm sorry, but it's just pathetic. That's the word I use. It's a strong word, but they're pathetic. It is pathetic. You have to be better than this. You have to learn on the job, of course, but there's too many mistakes that Australia keep making over and over again. And look, if Australia don't win this T20 World Cup, I'm fine with that. If they keep playing like this, but it's only the first game of the tournament. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They can definitely bounce back, and anything can happen. Tonight's a setback, and I think the expectations of coming into this game, I think New Zealand just play better, to be honest, as Sodhi bowls to Maxwell. Reverse sweep for no run from Maxwell. Dot ball. We don't need too many dot balls. We need some runs. Okay, let's go back to the trivia question. 2 more questions. Question 3 and question 4. Who scored the most runs in the first ever T20 International between Australia and New Zealand back in 2005? Was it A, Brendan McCullum, B, Ricky Ponting, C, Scott Styris, or D, Adam Gilchrist? As Maxwell dispatches this over the rope for 6, Australia are looking to get back into this match if they can. Glenn Maxwell, 27 of 16. So that's question 3. Question 4. Who is the leading wicket taker in T20 Nationals between Australia and New Zealand? Is it A, Trent Boult, B, Ish Sodhi, C, Adam Zampa, or D, Ashton Agar? Let me know your questions in the chat. A couple of trivia questions there for everyone. Didn't get it before. I didn't get to your question before here, Han. Question 3, Gabe sucks. Han says, I was right on question 3, though. I wouldn't say that, Han, but Gabe's pretty cool. Sodhi bowls to Maxwell. This one short. Maxwell did not time it at all. Hits it straight back to Sodhi. So let me know your questions in the chat. A couple of trivia questions there to have a bit of fun and try something different, I suppose. Get the cricket knowledge working over in your brain. As Stornus bowls to Maxwell, reverse sweep. And this goes to the fielder in the deep on the leg side for a single. John says pathetic is the correct word. I'm just disappointed in the manner Australia has played. They're repeating the same mistakes, both batting and bowling. Not happy, Jan. I agree with you, John. You know they can play better, and they keep making the same mistakes, which is a bit frustrating. It's not that hard to realize the mistakes and try and work on the improvements and be a lot smarter. It drives me crazy when when batters and bowlers don't do that, don't do the basics right, and don't play smart cricket, and they play mindless cricket, which is not the way to go. It's not going to win you too many games. There's a single there to Maxwell. 5 for 81, nearly 12 overs down in the book. But you have to give credit to New Zealand because they've really come out tonight with a different attitude that I've seen from a New Zealand side. I haven't seen that before. They came out, they played aggressively, they took it on to Australia, which is what you want to see. And then that's sort of come into their bowling as well tonight. They're up for this challenge, whereas Australia, I guess, defending champions, the talk about Australia being favourites, we're going to breeze through easily to the semis. I think probably that's affected them a little bit as well. Expectations and pressure certainly does that. And maybe this could be a wake-up call. But look, we've got to cast our mind back to last year where they lost against England. And they were able to turn things around after that. So if they do go down tonight, you would think they'll do the same thing again. But obviously, a lot of people won't be happy about this performance as Ferguson is back into the attack. He bowls to Wade. This one's an inside edge onto the body of Wade for no run. That's just how I see it. But as an Australian supporter tonight, I was looking forward to the match. I hope Australia was going to put a good performance in, and then you're 5 down for 82. It's a bit upsetting. But that's cricket. That's the game. But good on New Zealand. I think they've done well tonight. And they're my second team, I think, I would like to see win. And then probably England, probably third. But if New Zealand go on to win this T20 World Cup, I'd be quite happy. As Ferguson bowls to Wade, this one's out. Yes, outside edge gone. And that is the end of Wade. He's gone. Australia 6 for 82. And this game is going one direction now. It's going down, down, and down for Australia. And that's the end of Matthew Wade. The finisher is gone. And for Matthew Wade, this is his last T20 World Cup. He's announced his retirement. He will be retiring after this. He has indicated at that. Han, you say players like David and there to add a quick 30 to the score, not to rescue a massive top order failure. His role is swing at everything and score quickly. That is sort of his role, Han, but I want to see him do it a lot smarter, not be reckless about it. Yes, you've got the power, you've got the ability, but I want to see that smartness from Tim David. He's capable of doing it, but you want to see that a lot better from him, not be reckless and just throw it away like that, because I think he could have batted a lot smarter. You don't have to swing at everything. You pick the gaps, you run hard, you do the basics right. It's not that hard to do the basics of batting. Everyone knows that who's played the game. As a batter, right, what do we need to do? Pick the gaps, run hard between the wickets, rotate strike. If there's a bad ball, hit it to the boundary. If there's a good ball, defend it, or at least try and get a run off it. And unfortunately, he hasn't really quite done that. So he needs to learn that side of his game. He's just new to international cricket in terms of playing at this level. He's played for Singapore. But, I just want to see that a bit more smartness from him. I don't like it when players play, brainless cricket or dumb cricket, because you're just tearing out your hair and just saying, well, you could have done the basics well and it will bring you success, but they haven't done that. As Ferguson bowls to Cummins, who tries to glide it down to third man. In the end, he misses it for no run. Han says Stoinis and Finch and Warner were far worse than him tonight. Yes, I agree with that. They were. That comes down to being smart about your batting, really. And, could we have used Steve Smith tonight? I don't know. But then you have a lot of people that say, well, he shouldn't be in the side because he's too slow. But you need someone to hold the anchor like a Williamson did for New Zealand tonight. As Ferguson bowls to Cummins, this one's short and pulled away down to the square leg boundary for 4. Pat Cummins is off the mark with a boundary, the Australian ODI skipper now. A short delivery from Ferguson, pulled away behind square on the leg side for 4. Renell says, yes, all about who plays better on the day. Hans says Australia looked like garbage in the warm-ups. It was a clear sign that they are in trouble. Yeah, they were. But you would have thought they would learn from the series before against India and the West Indies and England. And also that warm-up match against India, both teams weren't playing at 100%. You can tell they weren't because it was a warm-up match. Ferguson bowls, nearly cleans up Pat Cummins. Swing and a miss from him. And there's no run. Garaf says, wow, simply wow. Hans says, question 5, who was the player with the stupid afro wig on? I think that was one of the Marshall brothers, I think. It was I think it was Hamish Marshall or something there, Han, I think, from memory. Yes, let's get back to the trivia questions. Question 3 is B. It's Ricky Ponting. He got 98 not out in that game at Eden Park. Ferguson bowls to Cummins. Cummins works this to the onside for a quick single. And it's the end of the over. 7 overs left. It's 6 for 87 for Australia after 13. Obviously, well, so going back to the trivia question, seeing that this game is almost done, basically, and Australia will probably go on to lose. Question 3 was B, that was Ricky Ponting. Question 4 was Ish Sodhi. So it was B for question 4, Ish Sodhi. He's playing tonight. He's added a few more to those tally of wickets. So there we go. Han said D for question 4. It was B, Ish Sodhi. Sorry, Han, you said, I mean, question 3, D. There wasn't a D option there, Han. And question 4, you said C, that was Adam Zampa. I think he's in second place, Adam Zampa, but Ish Sodhi is definitely in front. So a bit of fun there with the trivia question. We'll have more of those throughout these T20 World Cup live streams. Just a little bit of fun to test your cricket knowledge. So if you got the right answers, well done, you win a point. Ish Sodhi back in to bowl his last, and the first ball was a dot ball. It bowls to Cummins again for the second ball. This one down the leg side and will be called a wide by Kumar Dharmasena. John, you say Finch keeps getting out, playing inside out through mid-wicket to cover and given relatively easy catches. Yes, he does. Gaurav says one more. I think they've lost too many wickets at this stage, Gaurav, but for New Zealand, they'll be hoping for another wicket here if they can. Sodhi bowls to Cummins, who works this through the leg side for a single. Han says, last year, Australia had JL, a guy not shy and telling players to their faces what he thinks of them. They probably need that right now. Yeah, obviously, a lot of people have been saying that. Obviously, they would like, that honesty with the players. But I think Australia just have to be honest and just say that wasn't good enough tonight. And it wasn't. Reverse sweep, bowled him. That sums up Australia's night. Sodhi has bowled Maxwell. He's gone for 28. Well, that didn't last long. He's gone off 20 balls, and Glenn Maxwell's form slump continues. Played a reverse sweep too many there, I believe, and he got bowled. And that is the end of this match. And New Zealand, what a start to the tournament for them. And for Australia, there's a lot of thinking to do ahead of the match against Sri Lanka in Perth on Tuesday. They need to bounce back in that game and hope that New Zealand will probably lose against Afghanistan, which is their next game. But you don't think that's going to happen. That's in Melbourne. Han says, Osvert. Oi, oi, oi. Renell says, was about to say that. Han, JL helped them a lot in terms of the World Cup. He did. Renell says, who is retiring? Renell, Matthew Wade is probably going to retire after this T20 World Cup. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Matthew Wade is probably going to retire. He has said this is probably it for him. Also, you probably think it's going to be it for Aaron Finch and probably David Warner at the moment. So that's what I meant by who's retiring earlier. That was who else I was referring to. Mitchell Starc comes in at number 9. It's been a very poor performance from Australia tonight. 7 for 89. For New Zealand, you should be very happy. I should have worn my New Zealand cricket shirt, which I do have one. I have the old retro in the cupboard somewhere. I should have whipped that out tonight and wore that one instead of my Australian shirt, because I tend to support New Zealand when I'm not supporting Australia. But tonight it's Australia first and the New Zealand second. But if I had a choice, who would be my second choice to win this T20 World Cup, besides from Australia, of course, I would go with New Zealand. I think they deserve one after the bad luck they've had. As Sodhi bowls to Cummins, he drives this down to Tim Southey at long off for a single. So it's Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc, the bowlers, looking to salvage something, get Australia to the 20 overs at least and not get bowled out. I think that's a a goal there, you can forget about the 201 runs. That's not going to happen. Sodhi bowls to Stark, and this one's wide outside off stump. Stark tried to glide that, and that's the end of the over. It's 14 overs done in the book. It's 7 for 91. Well, 7 for 91, it's not good viewing. As you can tell, I'm a little bit angry tonight, but as I said, that's just the passion there. You want Australia to do well. You want your team to do well, and you care. Unfortunately, that happens. It's just cricket. So let's hope Australia can bounce back. Jihan says, where's Gabe? He'll be losing his mind. He will be, Jihan, he will be losing his mind. 4 says, missing Steve Smith anchor. Yes. Maybe he could have played tonight. Thanks, Renell. Yeah, please don't spam in the chat, everyone. I'll try and get to your questions in the comments as quick as I can. So please don't spam. I'll see your message. So you don't have to spam too many messages. Hans says, problem with Smudge is that they don't even use him as a spinner. So he has little value in T20 cricket. I agree with that, Han. He doesn't really bowl as much anymore. As Trent Boult comes into the attack to finish off the job. He bowls to Cummins. This one's a swing and a miss outside off stump. No run. Jay says Smudge hasn't proven his contributions in T20 regularly. Renell said Ricky Ponting. Yes, you were correct, Renell. And also question 4 was Ish Sodhi. Hans said D and question 3 was Gilchrist, but I was wrong. Yeah, it was Ricky Ponting in the end. Adam Gilchrist made 1 in that match. So, and Brendan McCullum made 30 odd. Scott Styrus made 60 odd from that match when I was researching the questions for tonight's stream. So, Jay says no, Maxi. Yes, Maxwell. Yep, he was gone. Renell says, don't worry, Australia will easily beat Sri Lanka. Yeah, well, I'm not worried about the second game, Renell. I think we can get the job done against Sri Lanka in Perth on those conditions. It's just the game against England. I think we'll win against Afghanistan and Ireland. I think Australia will win those games. If they can beat England, that will help. But I think they'll beat Sri Lanka on Tuesday from Perth. And then the game against England in Melbourne will be interesting. The game against Ireland in Brisbane, I think Australia will win that. And I think against Afghanistan and Adelaide, they'll probably win that game. So they'll probably win 3 games there. They've got to win against England, though, to get, a maximum 4 wins if they can from their 5 as Boult bowls to Cummins. This one's wide, and Trent Boult did not release that well, and he got the line wrong there. So he has to re-bowl that one again. Hans says, retiring from T20 Nationals or retiring full stop? With Matthew Wade, Han, he is retiring, I think, after this T20 World Cup. He has said that this could be it. This is his last T20 World Cup, that's for sure. And probably the last time we'll see him play for Australia. Because he has hinted that he may retire and, step away and be happy with what he's achieved thus far. And he's achieved a lot, Matthew Wade. Dot ball there from Boult. Jay says, sir, they aren't going to play the next 50-over World Cup. Well, probably not Matthew Wade, obviously, because he's not in the one-day side. You think Aaron Finch is not because he's retired. David Warner probably will, as Boult bowls to start. This one's short and pulled away to square leg for a single. You would probably think that David Warner will play. Aaron Finch is already retired, so Matthew Wade wasn't going to play anyway because he wasn't in the one-day side. So be interesting to see what sort of 11 that Australia picked for that World Cup next year. John says, catch you next time. The dinner gong is ringing. Good night. Good night to you, John, if you're listening. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you back and enjoy some dinner. Garaf says, not even the ICC worried this one-sided opening game. Han says you can wear a garbage bag and say it is a Windies jersey. Jay says, wow. Renell says, I also wanted New Zealand to win this year. Well, yeah, they're probably my second best team, New Zealand. And what I've seen tonight is a different New Zealand team that has come to play against Australia in Australia. And that's good. You want to see that from New Zealand. With Australia tonight, there's a lot of things they need to work on. Look, I think some players will be talking about how they can improve and get better going forward in this tournament. But as they say, it's only the first game. There's still a few games to go after this. I think you can't just say it's doom and gloom and you say Australia are gone. Yes, we've got to remember what happened last year with England when they lost against England. They came to turn things around. So hopefully they can do the same again in Australia. But look, really, no team has ever won the T20 World Cup twice, and no home team has won the tournament ever. So that could be the same thing this year. That's the sort of trend that's happening as Pat Cummins hits Ferguson. First ball down to the boundary for 4. As Australia get over 100 for 7. Obviously, Australia not going to win this match. They've got a lot of things to do for the second game against Sri Lanka. They're up against it now. You can't afford to lose games in a short span of time. Jihan says, unless Australia beat England next week, I can't see them getting into the semis, to be honest. Terrible bowling today. Even England with their medium paces bowl much better. Yes, with England, it'd be interesting to see how their bowling goes. Obviously, Tyrell Mills is into the side. Reece Topley's out with injury with that ankle. As Pat Cummins dispatches this for 6. Down in front of the members and ladies pavilion here at the SCG. That's gone all the way for 6. Pat Cummins showing his power ability with the bat. And Lockie Ferguson just got the length wrong there. Just sat up a bit. And 90 metres was that 6. And all the way for a maximum from Pat Cummins. A little bit too late, but you would say for Pat Cummins, he's just practicing a little bit of range hitting at the moment. Obviously in the side for his bowling, not in the side for his batting. The top order should have got the job done, really. As Ferguson bowls, this one's full. Well dug out by Cummins for no run. As Hans says, let's be honest, Australia equal hot weather, UK and New Zealand. Far away UK, so England has 3 teams in the World Cup. Hermes, you say which team will be playing tomorrow? Ronell's answered that question. Pakistan and India. That's from the MCG, and that should be a very exciting game, probably a sellout. And it is a sellout at the MCG. Jay says, let's go India. Sean says, just one bad game. Australia is still favourite. Yeah, obviously it's just one game. It's not like the tournament's done. We can't be pessimistic. You have to be optimistic. And I tend to be an optimistic person and hope and look in the good in things and be optimistic about Australia's chances. And I think they've got a good chance still. They can turn things around. It happens, you don't really perform on the day. Things start to go bad. So, disappointing game tonight. I think the emotions, the pressure, the expectations, what's happened in the lead up to this game has pretty much played on their mind. Josh Inglis getting that injury with the golf club, which was a bit freakish sort of injury, really. Cameron Green coming into the side. So, Australia, we would not be happy about how they played tonight. But the thing is to remember in a tournament, it's not to play your best cricket up front. New Zealand have played a very good game tonight, but they can't be complacent. They've got a few areas to work on as well, I think. They could have got 220 or 230 at one stage with the start they had. As that's a single to end the over from Ferguson. It's the end of the over. It's 7 for 109 for Australia after 16, sorry. We got 4 overs left. A reminder of the next game tonight, for those who want to know, England and Afghanistan. Who's going to win that match from Perth? I think England look favourites to win that game. You never know with Afghanistan, but they did struggle against Pakistan at the Gabba in that warm-up match. Didn't really like the bounce. Jay says Australia versus England would be crucial. Yes, it looks like a crucial game at the moment. If Australia win that game, then you'll probably think they'll win against Ireland, Afghanistan, and Sri Lanka. So that game against England is going to be very crucial in terms of if they qualify or not. Lockie Ferguson, Trent Boult has bowled Mitchell Starc, first ball, clean bowled him. And New Zealand supporters rejoice. Finally, New Zealand win a game of T20 cricket in Australia. It looks like they're going to do that. It's not done yet. There's still 2 wickets and 3 overs after this to go. But a full straight delivery from Bolt, hit the middle and leg stump, and that's the end of Mitchell Starc. He went for a big swing and he missed it. Clean bowled. He's got to go. New Zealand in complete dominance. 8 for 109. Australia. Starc on for 4. And he'll be walking back. And he'll be walking back through the crowd of the members at the SCG. Pretty disappointed with the way he got out there, but it's not his fault. Obviously, the top order did not do its job tonight. Aaron Finch, Cameron Green, Steve Smith looking on. Aaron Finch is not looking happy. Josh Hazlewood's got the pads on. He's ready to go. He doesn't want to face Trent Boult. He'll be hoping that Cummins and Sampa can, eke it out until the last over. Not an ideal position to be in at number 11. It's a horrible place to be. As Boult bowls to Zampa, and it's a dot ball to begin his innings. Full and straight from Boult, swing and a miss from Starc. Very classical Trent Boult dismissal. Dr. Jihan says, this is what happens when you start losing games from winning positions, i.e. against England and Perth, Canberra, and the practice game against India. They've completely lost confidence. Bowling must improve. Yeah, Jihan, it's not ideal. As Boult has bowled Adam Zampa, he's gone. Australia lose the 9th. It could end in this over. It probably looks like it will. That's the end of Adam Zampa. He's gone for a duck, and he walks back to the pavilion. And Australia in all sorts of trouble. And New Zealand will win this first game of the Super 12 stage. And it's not a great way to start the tournament for Australia, but it's a brilliant way for New Zealand to start the tournament. And they'll be cock-a-hoop. They'll be happy. They'll be looking forward to the next game against Afghanistan. And that will be in Melbourne. Han says, I can see England putting up 250 with their batting lineup. You used to say, Han, England were the best team in the World Cup last year, but then Mills got injured and they fell apart without his pace. Well, he's back into the side this year because of the injury to Reece Topley, which was a shame for him. Jay says, I think 5 games is very difficult after 1 loss, and if you lose 1 more, then it's difficult. Yes, let's put it into context. Australia's next game is against Sri Lanka, and that's in Perth. And you would probably think with the bouncy conditions and the pace in Perth, they'll probably win that game. And I think they will. Sri Lanka looked a little bit shaky in the first round. They managed to get through, but I think they'll probably find it a bit tough in Perth. So Australia, you would think, will bounce back on Tuesday and get this T20 World Cup back on track. But tonight, not ideal losing the first game. But it's only the first game. It's not like the end of the tournament. It's only the first game of the Super 12 stage. There's still a lot of cricket to play. England may lose against Afghanistan. You never know. Or, New Zealand may beat England, or Afghanistan may beat New Zealand. You don't know. You don't know what's going to happen. So it'll be an interesting couple of games in Group 1 to see who are going to be the top 2 teams to go through. Group B, you probably think that's more certain, with India and Pakistan probably going through. I did predict them to go through. You never know. South Africa may cause a challenge. But you have to see how that pans out. Han says, well, at least Australia made it to triple figures. And you also say, Han, Australia have to have 4 overs to try and improve the net run rate. Yes, net run rate, big factor today. Obviously, just in case it rains, which tonight it didn't rain, which was good, but just in case further down the tournament, that will come into play, that's for sure. Boult bowls to Hazlewood. This one's worked through square leg for a single. And Hazlewood's off the mark. We've got 2 balls left of this 17th over. Aaron Finch would be disappointed, and I think the Australian team would be disappointed about how they played tonight. It was a pretty poor performance. They lacked intensity. They were off the boil. New Zealand were just up for it, and you could see that. As soon as Finn Allen went off, that partnership pretty much set the tone for New Zealand, and they never looked back since. Cummins tried to glide this over the top of Conway, the keeper. In the end, it's a dot ball, plays and miss. I think for Pat Cummins, just probably put that shot away. Probably don't need to play that. Let's just try and work it around for singles and improve the net run rate. Because Australia would not like to get bowled out under 20 overs. They would like to try and face as many overs as they can and score as many runs as they can with the net run rate. But for New Zealand, this will boost their net run rate tremendously. Bolt bowls to Cummins, and Cummins works it down to mid-off for a single. End of the over, it's 9 for 111. Well, I got to tell you, this is not a great way to spend your birthday. For those who want to know, today is my birthday. I was really looking forward to this match, and all of a sudden it's gone downhill. So it's not a great way to spend your birthday, to be honest. But nonetheless, I get to watch cricket, get to hang out with everyone on the stream, so at least I'm happy on my birthday, I suppose. That's not a great way to spend my birthday, that's for sure. Watching Australia go down, it's horrible. I was hoping Australia would do well. Anyway, that's the way it goes. New Zealand deserve this victory. They've really played well, and hopefully this will set them up for the tournament. As Pat Cummins is on strike to Southie, we'll try and get through the questions here. Renell says, I'm using my booster for that game. India versus Pakistan, booster for fantasy. Yes, of course, fantasy. I forgot about that. Join our fantasy league. As this is high in the air, it's taken. That's the end of the game. Devon Conway takes the catch. Pat Cummins has gone for 21. Australia are bowled out for 111. And if you're a bit superstitious, that's Nelson. So you've got to hop on one leg to make sure there's no bad luck. New Zealand have won by 89 runs. That's a massive win. For Australia, it's a crushing defeat and a denting of their morale. The defending champions go down by 89 runs. And I got to say, New Zealand, they deserve that victory. They've played really well this evening. It was pretty much set up by Finn Allen and by the other guys, Conway in particular, Williamson, Phillips and Neesham who came in. They really got the team going. So Australia lose by 89 runs. The defending champions will have a lot of backlash from the media. A lot of people will be saying it's over. I don't think it's over. It's only one game. You can't say that. Let's hope they can bounce back against Sri Lanka. So disappointing result for Australia. A fantastic result for the New Zealand team. They'll be delighted to win this first game of the tournament. But as we know in cricket, you got to back it up and be consistent. So for New Zealand, for them, the challenge is not to be complacent. For Australia, it's about trying to learn from this defeat tonight. We'll get through the questions that you may have, and we'll talk about the match, summarize quickly, and then we'll probably update everyone on what's happening with the podcast in the next few days in terms of live streams and that. So we'll get through the questions. I know there's a lot of people who want to ask questions. We'll get through that. I'll turn off my phone. I'm not going to watch the presentation. Switch off a little bit so I can answer these questions. All righty then. Yes, the fantasy. Renell, thanks for reminding me. Now, we've got our fantasy league. The link to that is in our chat. So I'll put it up on the screen briefly there. There you go. That's our fantasy league. So if you want to join our fantasy league, the link to that is in the chat. We'll also leave a link to the fantasy league in the description of this live stream. Also, you can catch the fantasy league link on our various social media platforms. So thanks for reminding me there, Renell. Where was I? Where was I? You say, do you see England have any issues with Afghanistan today? I see a huge win and great net run rate. Yeah, that game's the next game. That's coming up in a minute from Perth. That's why this game started a little bit earlier today. I do see England winning, but I think Afghanistan can be competitive. But what I saw in the practice match against Pakistan and Afghanistan, they did really struggle against the pace. So if England played Mark Wood and Tyrell Mills today, I think they'll struggle against those fast bowlers, Afghanistan. But Afghanistan are a team that is unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen. They could win a game and lose a game. But for them, most of their team haven't played in Australia except for Rashid Khan, Muhammad Nabi, and Mujib Rahman. So I'll be watching that game after we finished here to see how England and Afghanistan go. So, I do see England winning that game in Perth, Han. But you never know. Afghanistan could cause an upset. But you would think England should do enough to win. Jay, you say, I think New Zealand batted really well in hindsight, but they focus on single doubles as well, crucial boundaries. They did bat well. They did the basics right. There was one anchor in the innings, and that was Devon Conway, who made that 80-odd not-out score. Australia didn't have that at all. The partnership between him and Finn Allen really set up the momentum for New Zealand. Really got them off to a good flyer. Australia will be disappointed in the way they bowled, really. They got to do a lot better in the game against Sri Lanka, to be honest. But, definitely New Zealand batted well, and I think they bowled well and they fielded well. And we associate that with the New Zealand team. Renell says, if Rashid Khan gets going, never know, but England will win that game. Yeah, you never know. Rashid Khan's definitely one of the big bowlers for them. As I said, they haven't got much experience in Australia. The game against Pakistan at the Gabba, the warm-up match, they struggled against Shaheen Afridi with extreme pace. So facing Mark Wood and Tyrell Mills, not going to be pleasant for the Afghanistan batters. But you never know; they can cause an upset or two. Afghanistan, they're always improving. Let's see what they can do. But you would think England will win. Jay says, problem for Australia is not just loss; its huge lost net run rate will be damaged. It will be, Jay. After tonight, they did concede 200 runs, but if they do improve the net run rate over the next few games, you would think against Ireland and probably Afghanistan, they have a good chance of boosting the net run rate, obviously. It's no disrespect to Afghanistan and Ireland, but Australia are very stronger than them in terms of quality and experience. You would think if Australia bat first in those two games and get a big score of 200 plus or something, can bowl them out for less, then the net run rate can be improved. I think there's a better way to decide tournaments in terms of net run rate other than net run rate. I think a lot of people have said net run rate's probably not the way to go, but we have it for the time being, I suppose. So we shall see what happens with Australia in the net run rate. But definitely a little bit of a chunk's being taken out tonight, hopefully. Dr. Jihan says Australia should have showed more aggression with the new ball as taking wickets, bowl bounces, test the batsman out. It just seemed to be damage control today. Yeah, it did. The ball didn't really do much. They bowled poorly. New Zealand put the pressure back on them, which you do as a batting side. If you bowl, those sort of deliveries, you're going to get punished. So they'll definitely have to relook at that plan going forward. Yes, they should have showed a lot more aggression today. But even the short balls were getting dispatched for 6. We shall see what happens in the game against Sri Lanka. I think the bowlers would do well in that game. I think they'll test out the Sri Lankan batters in Perth on a fast, bouncy track. And I think Australia will be eager to get over there. I think now for Australia, it's just about to move on and focus on the next game. We can't dwell on this. Yes, we've lost by a big margin, but we can't really dwell on it. Let's look at the areas to improve on and get better, and hopefully, improve in the next game against Sri Lanka, which is the next game on Tuesday. Han, you say New Zealand and England could not have wished for better conditions in an away World Cup. They should be the top 2 to get out of the group. You would think. You never know. You never know, though. Just because they're, good conditions for them, you never know. Especially when you play games against Afghanistan and Ireland, you got to be careful that you don't really slip up in those games. You expect to win, but obviously we shall see what happens. But definitely New Zealand will be very confident, I think. I did not predict New Zealand to go through. I sort of said Australia and England to go through from Group 1, but those predictions are, are predictions. So we don't know what's going to happen in this T20 World Cup. But let's hope that we can see a better performance from them in Perth next week on Tuesday. Jihan, you said, I thought West Indies bowling against Ireland was poor. Australia bowling today was even worse. Yeah, well, the West Indies didn't bowl well against Ireland. I did watch that game yesterday. That was pretty poor bowling. Yeah, pretty disappointing. But look, New Zealand were just better today. And that's the thing. T20 cricket, it's whoever's good on the day will win the game. So disappointing result for Australia, but you have to say, we move on from this, we learn from it, and we get back on track. I think all Australian supporters should be optimistic, I think. Look, Australia can bounce back. We've seen last year, they lost that game against England badly, and they were able to turn things around. So this team can come back from adversity. We've seen that. They've got to do it again. They've got to win against Sri Lanka for a start. If they win that, they've got to win against England. Then you would think they'll win against Afghanistan and Ireland. Then they'll probably go through. So, but we never know what's going to happen in this T20 World Cup. It could rain, could be washout. You never know, especially in the games in Melbourne and Sydney. Could be a washout. So it is going to be very interesting to see what happens in this next few games in this group. Renelle says, happy birthday. Thank you, Renelle. Appreciate it. It wasn't a great sort of viewing today on my birthday, but I was really looking forward to this match because it was on my birthday. On the calendar, I had this marked to see Australia win. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case today. But no, appreciate it, Renelle. Thank you so much. Another single onto the turtle today for me. I'm getting there. It's been slow going, occupying the crease, but we're just getting singles every now and again. So it's good. So another single onto the turtle today for my birthday. But thank you, Renelle. Appreciate that. Han, you say happy birthday. If I knew, I would have sent a Graham. No, thank you, Han. Appreciate that. Yes, obviously, very disappointed to see Australia go down on my birthday. But anyway, that happens. You can't predict these things in cricket. Jay says happy birthday. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for the kind wishes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Han says this is a humiliation for Australia. It's not ideal when you're chasing 201 and you get bowled out for 111, lose by 89 runs. It's not ideal. But that happens. New Zealand were better. And you got to say that they were better. Renell says bowled out for 111. Yeah. Very disappointing. Very disappointing indeed for Australia getting bowled out for 111. Dr. Jihan says, I was also looking forward to this match and was expecting Australia to beat New Zealand easily. I've never seen New Zealand dominate Australia in a match like this in all my time watching cricket and never in a tournament. Well, yes, I agree with you there, Jihan. I haven't seen this aggression from New Zealand either. But I think New Zealand had a different mindset. And that was, let's be aggressive. Let's not allow Australia to dictate terms and push us around. And I think you saw that tonight with Finn Allen, Conway in particular in the opening partnership. They didn't let the Australian bowlers settle. They put them off their lines and lengths. And that aggressive approach is something that New Zealand have lacked against Australia in Australia for some time. So for New Zealand to do this tonight, it's boosted their confidence, knowing that if we do meet Australia again, let's just say they meet them in the final or something like that or whatever, maybe in this, of this tournament, it could be another rematch of the final. I'm not sure how it will work out, but they will have that belief knowing that we can beat this Australian side in Australia after this win today. But look, it was a good win from New Zealand, but I reiterate this. Yes, you've won by 89 runs, but you cannot be complacent. This is not where you start to be complacent and think, oh, we're going to beat Afghanistan quite easily, because that's the next game New Zealand will play in Melbourne. It's all about trying to take one game at a time and not be complacent. So good win from New Zealand. But if I was Gary Stead, the coach, I was saying, let's celebrate, but then let's move on from this because the job is not done yet. We're here to win the T20 World Cup. You don't win the T20 World Cup after one game. You win it after you won the semi-final. Into that final, give yourself a chance. So that's just how I approach it. If I was coach of New Zealand or any team in cricket, you can't get ahead of yourselves. You always got to focus in the present moment. And for Australia tonight, they'll reflect, but they'll move on pretty quickly from this. The game against Sri Lanka in Perth, opportunity for them to bounce back and hopefully get onto the board. Renell says, speaking of media, Ricky were bashing the West Indies side in this World Cup, have the old uncles fired up on what he said, lol, and nothing on our side besides the president saying a few words yesterday. I did see that. He wasn't happy, wasn't he? With the West Indies, I saw that game against Ireland yesterday, and I got to say, I wasn't really surprised. I don't think anyone was surprised by how they performed. It was pretty a lackluster performance from the West Indies. Ireland played really well to win by 9 wickets, to chase down, those amount of runs to win by 9 wickets. It was a pretty good effort from them. Disappointing for the West Indies. They've got a lot of work to do in order to bounce back and try and get back to the good old days of winning this, winning many more T20 World Cups and tournaments. But it just shows where they're at the moment. And they're not in a good place, and hopefully they can get back to the top. Renell says, no problems. No, thank you, Renell. Thank you for the wishes on my birthday today. As I said, not a really good result to see Australia lose. But, hey, at least I'm here on the stream enjoying this interaction with everyone on my birthday. So at least I'm happy in some way. Han says, England in Perth equal superfan Dr. Jihan, cheering them on. They won't lose. Hermes says, do you think Alex Carey should play in this match? They were thinking about Alex Carey when Josh Inglis was injured. Then they decided not to go with Alex Carey in the end. They decided to go with Cameron Green. So maybe Australia could consider a change, maybe bring in Cameron Green or a Steve Smith or something. We shall see what happens in the next game against Sri Lanka. But Alex Carey was never going to play in this T20 World Cup. Australia sort of have him in the one-day team for that selection. So he was never going to be in the squad anyway in this tournament. Raj says, hello. Hello, Raj. Hope you're well. Sports Breakdown, Powan, thank you for the birthday wishes. You say, sad to see Australia lose, but let's hope they bounce back against Sri Lanka. Yes, hope they do. In Perth, that's the next game on Tuesday. Thank you, Powan, for your wishes. I appreciate that. Han says, this is true. These are also Irish conditions too. Well, yes, they are. But I just feel like Ireland playing against Australia, I think the quality and the experience, I think will get Australia over the line in that match in Brisbane. Ireland are improving, but I think Australia, that game is going to be a challenge for them. But you never know. They don't play much against Australia anyway. But yes, the conditions in Hobart were similar to Irish conditions as well, cold and wet. So, but they managed to get through to the second round in Super 12 stage. So let's see what they can do. Dr. Jihan says, I'm going to the Sri Lanka match. Can't see Sri Lanka putting up much of a fight, but hammering Sri Lanka will be meaningless. They'll only get their confidence if they beat England convincingly. Yes, that's true. But at least if Australia do have a good game against Sri Lanka, then that does boost some confidence a little bit in terms of all the areas that they need to improve on, Jihan. But they'll definitely win that game in Perth, obviously. Yes, the game against England's the biggest test. That's going to be an interesting game at the MCG. So let's see what happens there. Han says, what does a match decided on Duckworth, Lewis, Stern do to run rate? I don't know, to be honest, Han. I don't know how the calculations work. I think it does factor into calculations. I think when you just have an ordinary game of cricket like tonight, then you'll take the net run rate and you'll do that. So with Duckworth-Lewis and that, I think you'll do the same thing with run rate, obviously, but it will just be an altered calculation, I think. I'm not sure how it works, but I've got to look that up in the playing conditions and see how that works in terms of net run rate and determining all that with Duckworth-Lewis and that. I'm pretty sure on the tournament and playing conditions, they'll have that. So I'll have a look and get back to you on that. Han. Renell says, take care, everyone. Going to the market. Well, hope you enjoy your day, Renell. Thanks for joining us as always. Great to see you as always in the chat, and hope you have a great day at the market, and hope you have a great day. Raj says, been hospitalized for chest infection, watching the World Cup from my hospital bed. Oh, that's not good, Raj. Hope you get better, and I hope you're enjoying the cricket from hospital. But hope you get better, and we wish you all the best. Han says, I expect Australia to win 3 matches comfortably. I just see England and New Zealand winning at least 4 each. Yes, you would think they'll win against Afghanistan and Ireland, but when they do play against each other, that could be an interesting thing as well. When England play New Zealand, that game's going to be important as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there in that game. But you would think Australia will win 3 games. They have to win against England. That game at the MCG is going to be crucial. They win that game, and then England and New Zealand play against each other. They either win or lose. Then it's anyone's spot in the semis, I think. Raj says, didn't want to see a one-sided game, but this was a great win for New Zealand. Yes, it was. It was. New Zealand turned up and played well, and you've got to give them credit there. Australia were just a little bit off the boil today, hoping they can bounce back in the next game against Sri Lanka. Jihan says, you think Australia played too many lead-up games, flying to India in the middle of it, mixing the team up, constantly second-string bowling attacks some games, confusion with Cam Green, Finch moving around. Jihan, looking at it now, after what I've seen tonight, the point you make is yes. I do, because I know there were warm-up matches, but when you constantly change an 11 and you chop and change it, you say, we're going to have Cameron Green open the batting, Aaron Finch is going to bat down the order. You really want to be playing your structured team heading into a tournament, because as soon as you do that, it interrupts the cohesion and the rhythm of the team. We've seen that tonight. We saw that with how Australia capitulated with the batting again. It's not... I think they should have stopped the experimentation, because you knew that Cameron Green's in the T20 side now because of Josh Inglis. But in the lead up to this tournament, he was not going to play anyway. So why have him open the batting? Have Aaron Finch, he is an opener, open with David Warner, and then have your team structured from there. And also having I can understand why they were mixing the bowlers around, because obviously you want the bowlers fresh. At the end of the day, bowlers win your matches. Batters put you in good positions to win a game of cricket with the runs. And bowlers win your games of cricket trying to get wickets and bowl the opposition out, because you need good bowling to win games in T20 cricket. The batting can get you there. But the bowling at the end of the day wins you matches. And I can understand why they were changing the attack. They played the second string attack in Perth against England, and then they brought them back for game 2 and game 3. I think tonight Australia just didn't quite execute, and that was the problem. The problem was that they didn't quite execute and didn't quite nail their skills with both bat and ball tonight, which was a little bit disappointing, really. So for Australia, it is going to be a very hard thing to try and look back on this game and say, where do we go wrong in that? And probably in the lead up to the tournament as well, probably saying, oh, you know what, we probably shouldn't have done what we did in terms of mixing people around. So it definitely, you saw in this game tonight, it probably did have a factor. and it was disappointing. As we summarize this match, obviously, we'll get through the questions that people have. A bit of a summary of today's game. Let me change the view on my screen. There we go. That's better. Raj says, I have a feeling Afghanistan are going to surprise us today. Well, yeah, you never know. Afghanistan can cause a surprise. They can be competitive. I just feel like they're going to really struggle, especially in Perth and Brisbane, with the bounce and pace. England don't have, bowlers who can bowl express pace. They've got Mark Wood. They've got Mills, who's come in for Topley, who's injured. I think they can definitely cause some problems with the Afghanistan batters today with the pace and bounce. And, you would think England would win that match and join New Zealand as the two teams to win from Group 1 today. That can all change in the next few games, I think. But look, this T20 World Cup's not over yet, Who knows? Anything can happen. We know cricket's unpredictable. We know that the weather's around. Could be a washout. You never know. Net run rate, points. So Australia, New Zealand, England, Afghanistan, even the other teams in the other group will know that. So this T20 World Cup's not certain in any means of who's going to go through or not. So it's quite interesting. It's unpredictable. It's T20 cricket. So let's see what happens. Han says it could be Australia, England, and New Zealand with 4 wins each, and this match decides it because of net run rate. It could, Han. It could. Obviously, net run rate. I feel like net run rate's not the best way to deal with separating teams and going through to the semi-finals or whatever. A lot of people criticize that. I think if you remember from last year, South Africa missing out on net run rate because they didn't chase down the runs against Bangladesh. So I feel like it's a better way to decide at the net run rate. But the ICC have decided to deal with net run rate. So it's very complicated to many of us to decide that. So we shall see what happens. But you would think if that's the case, then it will come down to that net run rate at the end of the day. If all 3 teams are on 4 wins each, which is a possibility, just like it was last year. England, Australia, and South Africa were on 4 wins and 1 loss, and England and Australia got through because of net run rate, and South Africa missed out because of net run rate. So it has happened. It may happen again. Raj says, the team themselves said they felt tired. That's a warning sign. So I agree with Jihan. Well, Aaron Finch did say they felt a little bit fatigued and tired, and that's why they were resting all the players as they did, which is understandable because you got to think about the tournament long term. It's once we hit the tournament, which we have today, it's all about trying to think about how can we prevent injuries and how can we keep everyone fresh. So that's the thinking behind what they did. Hans says, do you think Australia messed around with the batting because they had a notion of let's not show the others how we will really line up? They probably just did that, Han, just to, well, number one, to give Cameron Green an opportunity. Number 2, to think about what's their best batting lineup for this T20 World Cup. And the batting lineup that they have at the moment is not quite far in, isn't it? So, we shall see what happens with Australia. I think you got to what's the word? You just have to have the same structure in place and not mess around with it too much. And that's what Australia did in the lead up to this tournament, because they're not playing their 11 as they would be in this T20 World Cup. They only started doing that in the last 2 games against England and Canberra before this first game and before the warm-up match. The warm-up match, they didn't play their best 11. There was no Hazelwood, he was rested. There was no Adam Zampa, he was rested. They played Ashton Agar, Kane Richardson and Ashton Agar, and Josh Inglis before he got injured. And obviously Finch went back to the top of the order. So I think the chopping and changing, yes, I understood it from Finch's point of view, but you should really have a consistent structure in place. That's for sure. And it was a bit disappointing tonight. But that happens. It's T20 cricket, so we shall see what happens. Yes, to say, Han, I would use run difference. So how many you scored minus how many you conceded. New Zealand are on positive 89, Australia are on negative 89. You could do that. I think a lot of people talked about that method. But I think net run rate's a better option. Something else is a better option than net run rate. I don't think net run rate, you can't, is it accurate? Is it the right way to go? I don't think you can use that to decide who goes through to a tournament, because we see it so many times where, net run rate's important. You got to chase down the runs in a certain amount of overs to boost the net run rate or whatever. So teams are under more pressure because you got to chase down the runs in these certain amount of overs to boost the net run rate. If you don't do that, then who knows? But I see a better option, I think. Chris K. Hello, Chris K. Hope you're well. Similar to run difference, could do percentage of runs made versus runs conceded, similar to the AFL ladder. Yeah, you could. They based off how many points you've conceded and how many points you've gained. You can do that. It's definitely a big discussion with net run rate, in terms of it's a better option or not. But definitely that could be something that the ICC think about. But definitely net run rate is going to be a big factor in this T20 World Cup because of the rain that's around, just in case. So let's see what the ICC do in future tournaments. And thanks for your question, Chris K. I hope you're well. Han says, if it was runs difference, you could know we need 30 in the last 10 balls. Well, yeah, so that's the thing with net run rate, because if you're batting first or you're chasing, you need to get the runs in this X amount of overs. And that puts a lot of pressure on the team chasing because they want to win the game and get the points. But then with net run rate, you've got to chase down the runs to boost your net run rate if you're going to finish first or second in the group. So it puts a lot more pressure on your shoulders than you want. So I think there's a better way to do it. And if Australia don't qualify for the semis, then they'll be saying, you know what, we should have batted a lot better in this game because net run rate cost us. And it probably did. But, any more questions, everyone, before we sign out? Obviously, the next game is happening at the moment. That's England versus Afghanistan. We won't be live streaming that. I'm pretty much done after 4 hours. But as we summarize today's match, England and Afghanistan in the next game. Obviously, Australia losing this game against New Zealand. New Zealand really played well today. And I think we're going to see a different New Zealand side in this tournament. They are my second best team to win this tournament. I really like New Zealand in the way they play their cricket. They get on with it and they just get on with the job. And, they don't really, they go underneath the radar. And I think tonight we saw a very different New Zealand to previous New Zealand teams that have played Australia in tournaments. They were aggressive. They were willing to put Australia under pressure. They didn't really want the Australian bowlers to settle. They had that intent. The positive intent was good. And Australia just didn't bowl well. I think the plans that Australia had with the ball today, you could say, didn't quite execute those plans. And a bit of a stumbling block for Australia tonight, as we've talked about. Is this the end for Australia's tournament? I wouldn't say it's the end. There's still a lot of cricket to be played. And as we talked about, there's still a long way to go in this T20 World Cup. It's only day one, essentially, of the Super 12 stage. Australia, they'll be hoping to bounce back. Very disappointing result. That's for sure. Han, your question. You say, yes, net run rate moves the goalpost too much. Run difference with -5 for wickets lost and +5 for wickets taken, given a static target that teams know 100%. That's right, because, it does fluctuate. You need to get these runs in X amount of overs, and it's just putting too much pressure on the side chasing, to be honest. Hopefully. Han, you also say, it was a great stream, Jack. Hopefully Australia give you a late birthday present in the next match. Well, I hope so, Han. And I think we'll bounce back against Sri Lanka. I think in Perth against Sri Lanka, those bouncy, fast conditions, I think Australia will bounce back. But it wasn't a great birthday present tonight, Han. I was looking forward to this match. And Australia played like this. But obviously, Han, having you chat and other people as well, it was a pretty good birthday gift, you have to say. Quite happy doing these live streams and having fun and talking cricket. And that's what we're doing. So thanks for your question, Han. Before we go, everyone, let's just update everyone in terms of what we're going to do in the next few days. So our next live stream, as you can see on the screen, is Australia versus Sri Lanka. That will be match number 19 of this T20 World Cup from Perth on October the 25th. We'll be back for that next stream. That's already scheduled on our YouTube channel, so you can make sure you click the bell and you don't miss out on that game there. So we'll be back for the Sri Lanka match with Australia from Perth, October the 25th. And then the next episode of the podcast is going to come out in a couple of days' time, and will be the match review from this game. Match number 13, match review, Australia versus New Zealand. I'll be offering my thoughts on where did it go right for New Zealand, where did it go wrong for Australia, defending champions in this first game. It's sure to be an interesting match review. It gave you a little bit of an insight on my thoughts this evening. So that's the next episode coming out in a couple of days' time. So make sure you click the bell, subscribe, so you don't miss out on that episode. And a reminder of our next live stream, that will be Australia versus Sri Lanka from Perth, October the 25th on Tuesday. That will be a much later time, given the time differences here at Australia with Perth and the other states around Australia. So that will be a bit later, but we'll be back for that game on Tuesday. And also a reminder to join our fantasy league for this T20 World Cup. And I'll bring up the link for everyone. And there we go. There's the link for our fantasy league. Join our fantasy league, see who can top the group, and see who can get the most points. I'm sure it'll be interesting to see how people do in that. So join our fantasy league. We want you to join and have some fun and see who can top the group and have a good time in terms of fantasy. And hopefully tonight, with the fantasy team that you selected, you got some points. Also, if you missed it, part 1 of our T20 World Cup preview, that's the link to the episode. If you've missed that, you can go and watch that on our YouTube channel. And also part 2 is up as well, where I give my overall summary of the tournament and see how we go in this T20 World Cup. So both part 1 and part 2 are out on our YouTube channel for you to listen to. Alrighty then, I think that will do us. Thanks everyone for joining us. It's been an interesting game tonight. Australia, disappointing result, losing by 89 runs. There's a lot of work for them to do going into the next game against Sri Lanka in Perth. New Zealand, I believe their next game is against Afghanistan in Melbourne. So both teams will be looking forward to their next game and looking to continue on for New Zealand, looking to continue on this winning momentum after this brilliant win tonight. For Australia, they'll be hoping to bounce back against Sri Lanka in Perth on Tuesday. That will be our next live stream. So before we go, everyone, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're on Anchor, Spotify. We're on those podcast platforms, on Apple as well. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Until next time, keep safe and bye for now.